Yeah. We about to get started. Yep. Dun-dun-dun. Yeah. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button now. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This
Hoe
woman
for
is
show.
fucking nuts.
Yeah, I remember that girl. She was a hoe.
This woman
For
is nuts.
show.
Yeah. So everybody hit the like button. The more likes we get, the more people are coming to the live. Hit the like, hit the like. If y'all want me to stay on 2 hours, I'm looking to meet a $15 live stream goal. Cash App, PayPal, Streamlabs, all at the top of the chat. It's also in the description. Or we could do super chat, super sticker, dollar symbol on the right of the chat box. Whatever you can give is greatly appreciated. $5 makes you the live stream sponsor. I got 30 more memes loaded back up. The ones that we lost, and I'm slowly trying to load them back up. I'm gonna try to use them tonight. We slowly gonna get back to our 300 memes. So we at about, well, let's see how many pages I got. 1, 2, 3, 4 times 30. So we had 120. Well, we got 280 left to go. Oh no, I'm tripping. Hold on. We got 180 left to go. I'm gonna talk real quick before we get into the first video. Okay, so real quick, let me talk about the title. Ladies, your standards are irrelevant. You know, especially if you can't get them. Primarily if you can't get them. I mean, anybody could say they got a particular standard, you know? I can say I only eat food that's prepared by I can say I only eat food prepared by Cambodian teenagers. But I mean, if that really was my standard, then I probably just wouldn't be eating. But hey, I can still have that standard and just go ahead and pass away, I guess, if I wanted to stick to my standard. But if I had that standard and passed away, was that standard really relevant? Did it matter at all? I mean, I guess it mattered because I let it kill me. It mattered in that way. It didn't matter in the sense that the world was running around trying to find me some Cambodian teenagers to make my food so I won't die. Nobody cared. So let me that was kind of convoluted or whatever. Let's simplify it. Let's just go, oh, my standard now is 6 feet, 6 figures, a six pack. Well, that's cool. But are guys with 6 figures, 6 feet, and six packs offering to marry you or offering to give you commitment? Because if not, your standards are completely irrelevant. They're completely irrelevant if you can't get it. And here's the thing: women's dating standards, they usually only start implementing standards after they've been ran through by dudes who never met one of those standards. So that's another reason why they're completely irrelevant and nobody respects them. Nobody cares about or respects standards that they know are never gonna be met by the people that person wants them to be met by. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm just trying to think of other ways to put this. I mean, yeah, like these women, you got women who've been holding on to standards for 10, 15, 20 years. You might as well just stop talking about them. because they're not relevant to anybody's life. You've been saying I ain't settling for anything less than this for 20 years, and you haven't met anybody who met those standards, and nobody's knocking down your door to try to meet them. So just stop talking about them. You can have them, but can you just keep them in your head? Let's just move on. A lot of this shit just sound cute on the internet. I'm just gonna say that. A lot of this shit that women be talking, it just sound cute on the internet. That's it. Has no relevance in the real world. Um, let's start this video.
Do men think that women were born yesterday? Like, no, I'm not gonna come over the first time to meet you. Take me to dinner, wine and dine me. Oh my god, it's
Are you fucking serious, ho? Look like his.
Let's talk for a second. I'm not saying this to try to be mean. Y'all know I have a heart of gold. I'm not saying this to mean. I'm not saying this to be mean. Ma'am, you don't qualify for that for the type of guys I know you're going after. Oh, and I got a story to tell y'all. So let me get that out the way after I talk to this dingbat. Respectfully. This fucking bird brain. This nincompoop or nincompoot. Look, ma'am, I know you going after Chad and Tyrone. You're just not gonna make their cute cut. Like they're probably not doing that anyway. Because let's be real, the guys you're going after, they don't have to take women out on dates. They can tell women to come over. That's why he told you to come over. And it's cool that you didn't, because there's somebody in his phone who will. So trust me, he ain't making TikToks about the fact that Susie didn't come over. You are. You're making TikToks thinking about him, though. Because you're thinking about a very specific guy is making this TikTok. He forgot you exist. He couldn't tell you that you ever met. You see the difference? So so yeah, but let's be clear about this. There are guys who would take her out on a date. I mean, she's no supermodel, but I mean, most guys would find her somewhat fit and cute enough to take out. Oh, look, I'll be real. If she wasn't such a cunt and she didn't have an online presence, back in the day, I would have took her out. If she was actually a nice person, which she isn't, so I wouldn't have took her out. But I'm just saying, just based off looks, I would have took her out. She was nice, but she wouldn't have wanted me. Salute to Preston, or maybe she would have. I mean, I don't know, but you know what I'm saying. She probably wouldn't have wanted me. I probably would have been too nice. So yeah, let's be clear. There's plenty of guys out there who would do what she asked them to do. Let's not get that fucked up. But she don't care that they would do it. She want a guy 4 levels above her league to do it, or she just don't want nothing.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, real quick, I got a story, y'all. How many people we got in here? I kind of want to wait till we get some people in here before I tell my story. Can everybody hit the like button? I got 9 people watching. Only 3 likes. Let's get this shit up. Let's get 30, 40, 50 people in here tonight. The only way we're gonna do that if you get the likes up. Let me tell y'all this story real quick. Fuck it. So I was at an appointment today. I'm trying to see if I can tell y'all the story without telling you what type of appointment. Uh, I mean, I think most people would assume what type of appointment. Um, I'll just say I was at an appointment, right? And the woman I was having the appointment with, she was a nice lady. She was clearly in her, let's just say, I mean, minimum. I mean, she was probably in her late 40s, early 50s. Let's just say that. Salute, Preston. She was in her late 40s, early 50s. Nice enough lady. I mean, granted, she was in a professional setting. I don't know that lady. I can't really vouch for her. But I'll say and it's kind of part of her job to be nice. But in today's times, even women who have the job title or the job description to be nice still aren't nice. Like with modern women, you can't even pay them to be nice to you. Like you literally can't pay them to be nice to you. But she was in her late 40s, early 50s, so she comes from an older generation where it was still some expectation for women to act like somewhat decent human beings and be polite. So, and I think this was a different lady. I don't believe this was the lady I talked to last time that I had a conversation with, because I remember telling y'all about her, that she was really nice and I liked her, and she had a genuinely likable personality, which is super rare for women. Like it was one of those few times in my lifetime where I'm like, I actually like just sitting here talking to her. Now, the lady that I had today, um, she was nice. She was talkative. Um, she wasn't as likable as that other lady I told you about, but still impressive. But anyway, we're small talking, and she tells me that she has a daughter. And I'm like, okay, cool, cool. She says she has a 22-year-old daughter. I'm like, uh-oh. I didn't say this. The decisions your daughter are making now are literally gonna paint the rest of her life. That's what I'm thinking in my head before she even told me about her daughter, other than the age. So she like, I got a daughter. And during this whole story, she didn't say anything about a husband. I didn't see a wedding ring. I mean, maybe she was married, maybe not, but she didn't mention anything about a husband. So I wouldn't be surprised if she's divorced or something, or maybe just a baby mama. Let's see, if she's 50 something, let's just say she's 50. So 50 years ago would have been, it's 2026. So what's 1976? Is that right? Yeah. If she's 50, she was born in 1976. So that means she was, what's that? So if she was born in 1976, she was 20 in 1996, right? So let's see. I mean, young people were having kids out of wedlock, but this is a white woman, so she probably wasn't. Wait, hold on. Let me do the math. Sorry. I know this is scattered brain. She was in her late 40s, early 50s. So let's just say she got a 22-year-old. So let's just say she was 47 and she had a kid when she was 25. So it might have been with a husband, and now she's divorced. But I'm pointing that out, that she didn't mention anything about a husband because it's relevant to the channel. Um, but that's the thing though. Men are afterthoughts. Even if she was married, like men don't really come up in casual conversations, even when women are married. They'll talk about their kids, they'll talk about their job, they'll talk about anything. But oh, my husband, yeah, I really love my husband, and we went X, Y, and Z. I don't hear women out and about talking about their husband, what they did with their husband, how much they like them, anything about them, because we're just a means to an end to a lot of them. It's just the guy that pay the bills. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the core of the story. I'm sure I'm not gaining any big audience. Oh, we got 17 people watching. We're gonna get back into this goofy shit. Everybody hit the like button, please. Back to the story. Y'all tripping on the likes though. Hold on. Y'all tripping on the likes. I got 13 people watching, only 5 likes. And I'm assuming when I got 13, 14 people watching, these are my diehards. I feel like y'all are disloyal diehards if you won't even just hit the like button. Take your fat ass finger and hit the like button. Since I don't understand it, I'm gonna take it as disrespect. All right, back to the story. Okay. So the lady was telling me about her 22-year-old daughter, and she said that her daughter is animated, sometimes a bit too animated, more than she would like. Anyway, back to what I was saying. What up, DEC? Back to what I was saying. Salute, Preston. Um, okay, 22-year-old daughter. She was saying, she's an animated young lady, and sometimes she's more animated than she would like. So I took that as her daughter is kind of just a neurotic cunt. Now, is that a stretch? Maybe a little bit, but when your own mother is telling strangers my daughter's a bit too animated, I think it's safe to say that her daughter's a bit much. Oh my goodness, man! Like, anyway, so she was telling about her daughter. She was telling me that her daughter had her first boyfriend when she was 16. And she was just saying, like, when they turn, like, 16, 17 and get their first boyfriend, you kind of lose them because they're out with their boyfriend all the time. They want to go to parties, this and that. She feel like you kind of lose them. They get their own car, and I get that. It's a rite of passage, I guess, in a sense, or whatever. But let's stop the story there. Let's stop the story there. Okay, let's talk about 16-year-old daughters as men. 16-year-old daughters. Okay, as a father, you should know that the sex game has begun. I mean, about like when your daughter gets to high school, the sexual marketplace game has begun, especially if she filled out. Like she's getting attention from not just the high school boys, but all men that see her. So let's start here. I, I'm not gonna put the responsibility on the mother, even though she plays a part. She's the mother, of course. But like all things, men gotta get in there, set shit straight, tell people what it is and what it ain't. That's our job as men. The mom don't know what the fuck she's doing when things get intricate with the kids. Moms don't know what the fuck they're doing. They know how to put a band-aid on a boo-boo and the stuff when they're under 7. Moms are great at that stuff. But after 7, moms don't know what the fuck they're doing. That's when dad got to come in and tell everybody what it is and what it ain't, like I said. Um so if you're a father with a 16-year-old daughter, first off, you should have set the record straight. And this is where a lot of fathers drop the ball. They just go to work and slap a check at the end of the table and maybe spank from time to time, or I don't know. Dads don't have an active enough role in their kids' lives. And maybe they would say they can't because they're working all the time. I get it. But even if you're working all the time, as a man, it's your job to lay down the law of the house. This how we rolling, generally speaking, this how we ain't rolling, this how we dressing, this how we ain't dressing. We don't use this type of language. You got some time during the fucking day to set the rules of your house. Damn it. But anyway, let's get back to the core story. Okay, a father with a 16-year-old daughter. You should have been teaching her how to dress and not to show her butt and boobs. You should have been teaching her that. That should have been a heavy conversation in the household since early ages because they got inappropriate stuff at the stores for toddlers. These clothing companies are sexualizing toddlers. There's no reason why a 4-year-old should have a 2-piece bathing suit on. Like what the fuck? So it's your job as a father to regulate all this shit, regulate the world. So my point is, your 16-year-old daughter should already be well versed in how to dress like a lady. I seen a TikTok video that said this, and of course the bitches were mad, but when are they not mad, about something? Anyway, the TikTok said, or it was a woman, it was a young girl and the mom was saying, "What does your dad always tell you about what you got to wear before you go to school?" And he said something to the effect of, "It has to be loose enough for people to know I'm a classy lady, but tight enough for people to still know I'm a woman or a female, if that makes sense." So loose enough to be respectable, but tight enough to, still show the world I am still a girl. You know what I mean? And that makes total sense. I mean, I don't know about tight. I mean, maybe tight was the wrong word, but y'all know what I mean. Just basically dress like a classy girl. Like you don't got up baggy sweats and a hoodie on, but people also don't need to see the craters in your butt and your tits out. Okay, I don't know what I don't know what LG is talking about, but shout out LG. Anyway, back to the core topic. So your 16-year-old daughter should already know how to dress like a young lady. And this is where parents are dropping the ball. And your 16-year-old daughter, before she even start dating, should already know what it is. Like, baby, you dating for marriage. We're not dating for who's tall. We're not dating for who's the leader of the football team, the captain of the football team. We're not dating for swagger. We ain't dating for who got the nicest car in the high school. Um, you're not having sex until the goal is not having sex till marriage. Um, And if for some reason you break daddy's heart and do have sex out of marriage, you damn sure ain't having sex out of a committed relationship. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, your daughter should already be laced with game before her first boyfriend, long before her first boyfriend. You should be lacing your daughter with game starting just from soon as she can comprehend certain shit. I mean, I ain't gonna say 3 and 4, but shit, maybe about 6 or 7. You should be kind of lacing your daughter. She should have a deep understanding of the sexual marketplace and all that, and how she got to move to win as a woman on the market. But see, the problem is a lot of parents don't even know this. A lot of fathers don't even got the game, and we know mothers fucking clueless. So mother gonna tell her some retarded shit. That's why this information that I give on my channel is so important. So with all that being said, back to the core story. Up until this point, what we've heard. Well, let me finish telling some more story and then I'll break it down. So she said, I kind of felt like I lost my daughter when she was 16. She had her first boyfriend. I'm like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Sounds typical. And then she said, well, she's 22 now and she hasn't had a boyfriend in 4 years.
You're a whore.
I've slept with over 200 men.
200, man.
Okay, let's take it slow. And oh no, let me finish that part. She said, my 22-year-old daughter hasn't had a boyfriend in 4 years because they keep cheating and lying and manipulating and all that. So we already know what that is. We go over that every day on this channel. So let's break it down. Her daughter had a boyfriend at 16. Let's just assume that lasted 2 years. That ended. Statistically speaking, she ended it. But I don't know what happened, whatever. But she ended it. Probably so she can get back in the market. Because, young girls, they'll drop a boyfriend for nothing. Because they're at the top of their game. A lot of them, they feel like a celebrity. They feel like they're missing out. An attractive 16-year-old girl, she really ain't trying to just sit down and be a wholesome girl to one boyfriend, for 4 and 5, 10, for the rest of her life. You know how many options a young, cute girl at 16, if she got a little body, she probably dressed like a whore, the typical shit. And she got a boyfriend. You know how many options a young, cute girl in high school got? Dudes are constantly knocking down her door, trying to steal her from her boyfriend. So if I had to guess, that probably played a part in her breaking up with the first boyfriend she had at 16. But whatever. Let's just say I give her a pass on that first boyfriend. He cheated, broke her heart, she left him. Okay, cool. Which is the first piece of baggage and damage. That counts. The relationship that went awry from 16 to 18, 19, that's definitely on a woman's resume and definitely gonna play a part in how she moves throughout the rest of her life in dating. That first heartbreak is a bitch. That's your first piece of real baggage, and it stick with you for years after. But let's keep it moving. But she said, okay, from 18 to 22, she hasn't had a boyfriend. The first thing that popped up in my mind, I bet she didn't have some dicks in that 4 years. I mean, obviously, I didn't say that to this professional woman that I was talking to who was telling me about her life. But I mean, in my head, I'm like, yeah, she ain't been celibate for 4 years though. So let's talk about this real quick. This is that part. This is that thing where people say you left your boyfriend because he cheated just to go back to the streets and be a side piece to a nigga that's cheating. You should have just stayed with your boyfriend that was cheating. Because now you one of the bitches that somebody's boyfriend is cheating with, who he don't got to commit to, and he don't got to be responsible for your emotions and none of that. So now you really losing. So she left her boyfriend for whatever reason. We don't know, but she left her 16 to 18 boyfriend just to get pumped and dumped for 4 years on the open market. So let the retarded shit begin. Let the path to fucking female failure begin. And it made me sad a bit. I'm like, another girl lost. I just don't like the narrative that, oh, my daughter keeps running into liars and cheaters. Maybe she'll run in, she's just waiting for the right one. Maybe she'll run into the right one eventually soon here. That's what the lady was saying, the professional lady I came in contact with today. And it's like, ma'am, I didn't say this, of course. And let me point this out. Don't spew your red pill rhetoric out in the real world, people. They don't want to hear that shit. People don't want to hear our red pill rants in real life. Just bite your tongue. Unless you could do it in a super sweet way, or maybe I don't know, maybe you got the gift of gab. You could say it in a way that's not offensive, but I wouldn't suggest it. Just bite your tongue on that shit. Shout out to Bronx Yankee. But but this whole narrative that, oh, my daughter has just been, having bad luck on the dating market. No, she's picking players and bad boys. The dudes she know are going to be trouble. And then she thinks she wants to change them, but if she changed them, they would just turn into the beta punk she's ignoring in her inbox. Women think they want to change the bad boy. They don't want to change the bad boy. They want to add some things to the bad boy. They want the best of the bad boy with all the best qualities of the good guy they're ignoring. They want to do a Mr. Potato Head type of thing. They definitely want the bad boy to keep 90% of the toxic ways, because that's what turned her on about him. I mean, maybe he could stop cheating, but she still want him to be dangerous and charismatic and, like, you know what I mean? She still want him to keep a lot of those bad boy traits. And maybe adopt just one or two of the good guy traits. So yeah, another young girl lost. I'm damn near positive she's been getting pumped and dumped for 4 years on the open market. And she's probably ruined for life at 22. And that's just fucking sad. It's just sad. She's 22 and it's probably over. As far as her pair bonding with one man and, starting a family and living the rest of her life with that one man, it's probably over. Sickening. But let's get back into this. Let me check my numbers. Yeah, if y'all want me to, the likes are still looking atrocious. 19 people watching, only 10 likes. The likes should match the views. I don't have a big audience. It's just 20 people in here. It shouldn't be that hard to hit the fucking like button, assholes. It shouldn't be. I don't think I'm asking for much. Anyway. Yeah, maybe she'll find bliss in the abyss. Go get your shirts now. Find bliss in the abyss. Link in the description. Merch in the description. I know y'all don't want to see her, but we probably ain't. We ain't gonna go over her. But
if there was ever a time that you didn't question,
she's pretty good in bed too. I don't know. For some reason, I just want to test it out. Anyway, let's get back into it.
I'm not gonna come over the first time to meet you. Take me to dinner, wine and dine me. Oh my god, it's not that hard. And that's bare minimum. Babe, I'm not coming over to your house. I know what that means. Okay, I know what that means. I know what you're expecting. At least wine and dine me.
I got dumped yesterday. After 4 weeks of blissful love bombing, I was discarded like a piece of hot trash.
Okay, what are the chances that you actually are a piece of hot trash with that nose ring, the short feminist haircut, and and oddly peeling of orange on TikTok? Hey, I got a feeling he made the right decision, man. I got a feeling he made the right decision.
She's going to have issues for the rest of her life.
Dumped yesterday. After 4 weeks of blissful love bombing, I was discarded like a piece of hot trash. Why? Too loving, too consistent. You know, too much. Just too much. But you know what? I'm cute.
Grow the fuck up. True evolution, that true growth as a human, it just isn't there. Oh my god, are you fucking 16? Mentally, yes, she is. Mentally, yeah. Most women's brains don't develop too far past 20 at max. I'm talking like, and this is doctorate level woman.
Oh boy. Okay, so before I continue, I have an Anita video that I want to go over. I'm sure I'm going to lose all my audience, but I have an Anita video I want to go over. It's pretty good. I don't know how I want to chop it up, but there's specifically one part of the video that I'm going to skip to at some point. And I'm not going to give you any spoilers, but Anita exposes herself, I believe. Maybe I heard it wrong, but Anita completely exposes herself. And I'm going to say this real quick. All my diehards know who Anita is. You know, if you don't know and you want to know, stay tuned. Anita isn't dumb as most of the women we go over. She's not as classless as the women we go over. She has some type of class about herself and some type of intelligence about herself. Even if you don't like her, even she's kind of masculine, she's kind of aggressive. But I do have some respect for Anita. I have more respect for Anita than I have for 95% of the women we go over. You know, and I like watching her content sometimes. So a part of my brain, a part of me likes Anita and respects Anita. A part of me. But she exposed some crazy shit in the video we're gonna go over. But anyway, let's get back into it.
Too consistent. You know, too much. Just too much. But you know what? I'm cute.
After reading through the comment section of my I Would Never Live with a Man Again video, I've come to the conclusion that not only were thousands of us married to exactly the same man, but they don't view us as humans. We're just bodies.
Okay. Men don't see women as human. Okay, let's be real. Who treats the opposite sex more humane in dating and in marriages? Women or men? Do we have more examples of men treating women as if they're less than human, or more examples of women talking about and treating men like they're less than human? Just ask yourself that question. I mean, look, we could. You know what? Let's look. 80% of men. I'm positive 80% of men treat women like human, but y'all love dating and marrying the men who don't. I'm not saying there aren't men out there who don't treat women like they're human. I'm just saying those are the guys you love fucking and sucking and marrying the most. So I really don't feel sorry for you if you do end up with one of those guys because it wasn't an accident. Men, they see. Do these women want us to believe that these guys were sweet, loving husbands when you first married them, and then all of a sudden one day he became this demon monster? I don't believe you. He was always this demon monster if he was that, and you're just as bad. So like, let's just cut that shit. This innocent victim shit. The black hair, the fucking Wednesday vibe, the gothic vibe. Look, you're already giving demonic vibes, lady. You're not gonna convince me that the man was the problem in the relationship, and if he was, both of y'all was the problem. But look, yeah, the one thing you're not gonna convince me of that you were the one person in the equation that wasn't the problem.
Of us married to exactly the same man, but they don't view us as humans. We're just bodies, easily changeable bodies. As long as there is a warm body in bed next to them, they will move in with or marry whatever woman is in front of them at that point in time. It means nothing. They will use, abuse, and discard and just repeat the pattern. As long as there is someone there to clean up after them, to cook for them, to clean for them, to raise their children and touch their wiener, they don't give a
The same thing go for women. Long as there's somebody there to take out the garbage, check bumps in the night, and pay the bills, you don't give a fuck. You just want somebody to take the car to the to get the oil change and all the shit that men supposed to do. We could say the exact same thing. I believe there's more women mistreating their husbands in America than husbands mistreating their wives in America. Bet everything I own on that.
for them, to clean for them, to raise their children and touch their wiener. They don't give a they don't care. They don't view us as people.
Who hurt you? All right, to that first queen. Of course, we all know what it means if you're going to go over to the guy's house. So you're not going to go over to his house because he's probably an average guy. Now, if he was a Chad / Tyrone, I don't think you would.
Let's be real. Let's be real. Let's be real. Most women don't offer much other than that. And then they want to bitch about doing the bare minimum. They don't offer intellectual stimulation. They don't offer true character, compassion for men, understanding. They don't offer comprehension, submission. Can you at least cook and clean and suck my dick? They can't even fucking do that. What the fuck are you worth then? Do you want to fucking do anything? Ah, gee. If you don't want to be used, then you want to be useless. I'm gonna say that again. That go for men and women. If you don't want to be used for anything, and I got this from Fabulous. I got it from Star, if y'all know who that is, Troy Terrain. I got it from Troy Star Terrain. He said Fabulous told him this. We all use each other. If you don't ever want to be used by another human, then maybe you're useless. We all get used. I don't mind getting used for people who are good people. People I love. Yeah, use me. You need help with something, I'll help you with something. You need to, how can I help? If you're a good person and I fuck with you, yeah, how can I help you? People don't want to be used by pieces of shit who are only using them and don't care about them as a human. But people who care about me and want to reciprocate, yeah, use me. How can you use me? To me, that's how good people think. But women don't want to be used. They just want to fucking get the world handed to them for existing. Fuck. Like, here's the thing. This is the crazy thing, y'all. Look. Women will demonize men for wanting them to do anything in a relationship. Let me say that again. Women demonize men for wanting them to bring any value to their lives. You're a misogynist if you won't do everything I need you to do as a man and not ask for anything in return. That makes you a misogynist monster who just sees us as subhuman bodies. The fuck out of here. until you use me up. Down, 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 until you use me up. How did that go? Is that Bill Withers? Hey, well, T. Orlando, that's the consequence of being a whoremonger. T. Orlando says that Bunny from last night wouldn't leave. She stayed till like 2 a.m. last night. Well, I guess stop having sex outside of committed relationships, T. Orlando. Until you use me up.
I hope you decide to hit that subscribe button. Move it on!
The state of dating today is a disaster, mostly because many men will not be honest about what they actually want. They will say they want a long-term relationship only because they want to have on tap.
All y'all do the same shit, whether if you was some homeless shit trying to dig cigarettes out of a trash can or you live in the White House. You old. Stop trying to act like you this fragile little butterfly. You getting older, and don't nobody want your old bitter ass. That's what that is what it's about. Like aging is a hard thing for women to come around to and to accept. That's a hard thing. Have you ever watched a fucking Cinderella movie where it be some old bitch and a prince come up on his horse and carriage to an old bitch and say, "Hey, here's the glass slipper. I want to take you off." She skated by the first 30 years. Didn't even have to put any effort in, right? But she's getting older now. She's older. And that's wrong. That's wrong. She still thinks that just because she's still getting likes, I still got it. Bitch, no, you don't. Because if you got it, you would get what you want.
Okay. Let's break it down. Men only want to be in relationships because they want on tap pussy. Okay, let's break this down. See, I really want to dissect what she's talking about. I mean, I get what she's talking about, but what type of man will get into a relationship just to have on tap pussy? Not the top 10% because they already got on tap pussy. Or really, it might be more like top 1 to 5% got on tap pussy. Okay. I believe the bottom 80% of men are actually looking for real connection with women. So what she's probably talking about is the top 20% men who they get laid more than the bottom 80% of men, but they don't have it on tap, so they still may do some sucker shit like pretend that he's in a relationship with a woman just to have on tap pussy. See, you got some dudes who will employ that method. I wouldn't do that. The pussy hole ain't worth that much. Like, let me pretend I'm this bitch boyfriend so I can have on tap pussy. Pussy ain't that serious. But and X says, and women only want to be in a relationship for on tap money. Yeah, we both use each other. Women want money and protection, and men want pussy and chores done. It's a tale as old as time. These bitches might as well just get over it. Yes, bitch, your purpose is cooking, cleaning, and fucking. Nobody wants to hear you talk. Most women aren't interested. And let's be real. Men have more genuine intentions in relationships than women. So you bitches can't talk. Please don't start with this shit. We're more genuine, decent human beings in relationships that treat the opposite sex as humans compared to you. So then y'all don't have no room to talk in this fucking department. Roadrunner, salute. Roadrunner, salute, salute, salute. I don't want to cheapen the title of Rare Bella. I don't want to cheapen the title of it. But maybe the Rare Bellas I'll consider women the rare bellas who are friends of the channel, female friends of the channel. So even if they only, and this is, I'm not blaming anybody for not watching me every day. This shit gets old. But anyway, I get tired of going over it. But we're gonna consider, women who have been in 3, 4, 5 live streams before. We're gonna consider them rare bellas. Sheila and Lauren are queens of the stream. But the other women who pop in from time to time are rare bellas. Roadrunners are rare bella. Who else? Live Love Plays a rare bella. Rada is a rare bella. Those are only a few I can think of off the top of my head that still pop in from time to time. Let's get back into it.
Only because they want to have on tap. But they don't actually want an emotional connection. They just want pussy that they can access whenever and however they want.
Emotional connection. Let's break down emotional connection. For women, emotional connection is be tapped in with my emotions. Let me be tapped in with my emotions so I can manipulate you to do what I want you to do on tap. Be tapped in with my emotions so I can emotionally manipulate you whenever I need to. Go on my emotional roller coasters with me. That's what she means when she says that. Emotional connection. Yeah, tap into my emotional fucking trap so I can have you on my emotional strings. That's the emotional connection she wants. To be able to control you on her emotional strings like a fucking puppet. That's what she means by emotional connection. Let's be very fucking clear.
Want pussy that they can access whenever and however they want. So, because men are not capable of being honest, you have to be the one who's driving the conversation, calling the shots, and being honest, which means that if you are the one who does not want a relationship, tell them that you only want them for dick. And here's what happens. When you remove that layer of them needing to lie, when you remove their need to have a veneer of being civilized, that's when they become completely honest. And then you can see who they really are. You can have.
You're not worth being in a relationship with. Let's start there. And you're only chasing dudes. Is this the woman who was married to a millionaire? Either way, she's still chasing James Bond. She's chasing James Bond, Chad. And that's why she's failing. That's why every woman fails in the dating market, because they're going after guys out of their league. 600-pound women have boyfriends. Damn near every woman who ever been on my 600-pound life had a man. So what does that tell you? Every woman can have a boyfriend and can have success on the dating market if they just get off their high horse and get a guy somewhere near their level. So pretty much any woman who's struggling for years on the dating market is because she won't get off her high horse and get a guy on her level. That should be the test that you're dating out of your league. If guys keep mistreating you and lying and this and that, you're dating out of your fucking league. I mean, yeah, she's a cunt, but she's not the worst looking 57-year-old woman you ever seen in your life. There are plenty of men. I mean, I wouldn't wish her on any man, but you get what I'm trying to say. There are plenty of men on the dating market who would come in and be a good man to her. But she don't know how to be a good woman because she's not one. So the good men she's gonna run off, and the evil men are just gonna go through whatever bullshit she's gonna put them through just to get some pussy. Neither one are the results she wants. Here's the thing: the good, genuine guy who want to be a good dude to her, and the asshole who just wants some pussy, are both gonna recognize quick that this bitch ain't shit. So that's why she's never gonna get any good results.
Completely honest. And then you can see who they really are. You can have real conversations that you are dictating, and you are getting information out of them that you actually need to know, not all of the stuff that they think they need to put forward as far as being a good boyfriend and relationship energy. It's all performative. So get rid of their need to perform, and all of a sudden they will start being respectful. Not all of them, but it's easy to rule them out. And guess what? The ones who are not going to be respectful of you because you only want friends with benefits, they wouldn't have been respectful of you if you were both pretending to have.
What an am I right?
The whole reason why I really didn't pursue it, because he was a good guy.
A relationship. The difference is it would come out later and you feel like you're duped.
Yeah, I can't take this lady anymore. Let's get to the Anita. What we looking like? 26 people in here. Let's get the likes up. 26 people in here. Let's get 18. We got 26 people watching. Let's get 26 likes. Let's get 26 likes.
And I'm not trying to be funny, literally like a minute or two ago. But my daughter, y'all, she was running the streets all last week, got sick, and of course brought it home to us. But anyway, okay, so I'm still going to deliver the truth. But now I'm going to put a little candy or sprinkles on it. That's what I've been told, that I gotta put some candy or some sprinkles or something on top of it. But this is a real question to the women. This is for real. I'm not being funny or facetious. Do y'all like men? Do y'all like men? Because I'm beginning to think that y'all don't like men. Y'all don't like most men. And that's kind of odd to me, because you want a man, you want to be in a relationship, and you love, God knows y'all love the benefits of being in a relationship. You love the benefits of men in a relationship. You definitely want men to spend their money on you. You definitely want men to take you out and do things for you and spend money on you. But here's the funny thing. Y'all have been saying this about men for a minute. And now I'm just asking y'all the same question.
Good night, Craig. Good night, Craig. Now let's talk about it. Do women like men? Hell no, I never did since the caveman days. They like Chad and Tyrone since the caveman days. And let's be real, because I got to break this down. The Chads and Tyrones, Long Stick Rick, All Night Mike, Deep Slay Enrique, Long Wang Chang, they don't really, these dudes that they're chasing and they'll do anything for, they don't really know them. They know them in 2-hour, quick dopamine hit sessions. They don't know those men. They think they love those men. That shit is lust. They don't know these hot guys that they're chasing, these hot, tall guys that they think they in love with. That shit was lust from the jump. They don't know these fucking men. And so, do women like men? Hell no. They never like most men. Even if you want to make the argument they like the top 10%, 5% men, they never like the bottom 90% men. Hell no. Okay, now let's ask this question. Do men like women? When they really get to know who women truly are, when the mask come off after 5-10 years being with them, fuck no. Men don't like women. Men like vagina. Men like female validation. Men like women's bodies. Men can like how some women can treat them when they're acting nice and stuff like that. But just who women are at the core. No, men and women don't like each other. Men and women like the idea, the perfect masculine and perfect feminine ideal and idea of a woman, but not what we actually are in real life. Like when you get down to the nitty gritty, do we like that they're nagging? Do we like that they gossip? I could name 20 things that most men don't like about women, and I can name 20 things most women don't like about men. So yeah, generally speaking, no, we don't like each other. But this is what God gave us to be our companions. So we just gotta tolerate it.
Out and do things for you and spend money on you. But here's the funny thing. Y'all have been saying this about men for a minute. And now I'm just asking y'all the same question. Because look, women today, they call men sassy and zesty and this and that. I've done it. I'm just going to own that.
Huh? Ain't that a big coincidence? That's a coinky-dink.
It's about men for a minute. And now I'm just asking y'all the same question. Because look, women today, they call men sassy and zesty and this and that. I've done it. I'm just going to own that. I've done it. And yet, y'all say men don't like women. I hear that a lot. When you want to check a man, the first thing you do is call him sassy or zesty. You call him gay. You tell him he want another man. And then you wrap it all up in a bow by saying men don't like women. Okay, that's the starter pack for the women today dealing with men, especially men online. So I'm just curious. Do y'all like men? Because y'all say men don't like women. Well, y'all don't like women anyway, and y'all don't want to do this, and y'all don't want to, but do y'all like men? Because when I see posts about young women saying a man has to have a $10 million net worth and he has to spend $100,000 a month on me, what? Huh? And I don't know if y'all are saying this.
I respect the Roadrunner. Respect the Roadrunner, but I'm going to read that comment out loud. Roadrunner says, and this isn't a diss, Roadrunner, I'm just saying. Roadrunner says, I like men. And then after that, she says, men built my home. So yeah, women like the benefits of men. I don't know if that's liking men, just like men like the benefits of women. I like getting my dick sucked. I like getting food cooked for me. I like getting my back rubbed. But that don't mean I like women. I like what she doing for me.
To be funny. I don't know if you're saying this because of social media. I don't know. Like, I really want to understand this. So if there's any young women, under 35, make it make sense to me why, in order to have a man be your man, you put a numerical number on it. I'm trying to figure that out. Why does the man have to come with a numerical number of how much money he got or how much money he make? Like, you don't like him. Like, can I be honest? You don't like him.
Let me break that down. So yeah, correct, Anita. By the time a woman is telling you, I only go to this type of restaurant, I don't go on coffee dates, you got to make 10 million and give me 40,000 a week for me to fuck with you. She doesn't like you. When a woman like you, there's no gray area. There's no gray area when a woman like you. Like, bruh, like, I'm trying to think of a story I could tell y'all of a chick who liked me. It is, Preston. It is. On a serious note, it is fucked up. They were so divided from each other. But the answer is for them to fully submit to us. and them to be fully controlled. They're not going to do the right thing when left to their own devices on the whole fucking period. So that's the only solution, and that's the solution everybody wants to run away from. Women need to essentially be completely controlled by men, by her father, and then directly after that by her husband. Point blank fucking period. We not equal, we not partners. I'm your authority figure. No, I'm a fair authority figure. I'm a righteous authority figure, and there's some guys who wouldn't do that. They'll take advantage. They'll sell women to fucking sex cults or whatever the fuck evil shit. Beat women. I'm not one of those guys, and most men wouldn't be. Most men would do right by women, even if they had complete power and authority over women. Most men don't want power and authority over women. They just want to be loved by women and love women back. That's really what men want at the core. We don't want to be women's authority figure. But at this point in my life, I realize we just have to be. I mean, it's our job to lead, but I understand deeper than that. We actually just have to control these bitches and make them do the right thing. Righteously, of course. Yeah, benevolent dictatorship. Yeah. Yeah. A benevolent dictatorship for sure. Just kind of like your kids. You're the dictator over your kids. I mean, you're not gonna do anything to hurt your children. Absolutely not. You love your. I mean, not some people do, but you know what I mean. The average parent loves their kid and wants the best for them. And sometimes you don't always do what's right for your kids, but you have the best intentions at heart. So the same thing if men were dictators over women. Most men are gonna have the best intentions. We gonna get it wrong sometime, of course. We human. But yeah, men know what's best for women more than women know what's best for women. That's been proven. That's a fucking fact. What was I touching on? I forgot. Let's continue.
With a numerical number of how much money he got or how much money he make. Like, you don't.
Look, trust me. Look, listen to me. That's what I was gonna say. When a woman like you, she'll be begging to suck your dick. Literally. Can I please suck it? Can I come over and suck your dick, please? But here's the thing. Most men, they won't believe me because most men have never. Most men will never experience that. Unfortunately, it's sad, you know. But most men will never experience that. Can I get like most men will never get the text? Can I please come over and suck your dick? Aaliyah has a song called "Can I Come Over? Can I come over? Can I? Can I come over?" I mean, I don't know if y'all know that song. I'm gonna play it. I should play just a couple of seconds of it. But yeah, most men will never get that text from a cute girl. Can I come over? Yeah, women make it clear, man. Women make it clear. I had this one chick. I'm not bragging, but I had this one chick. We was texting or whatever. I was busy at work, and she was blowing up my phone. Why haven't you texted me back? What is we still good? Like I haven't heard from you all day. I'm like, it's cool, bitch. I'm working. I mean, I ain't call her bitch, but I'm just like, I'm working. Like she was pressed. But then, of course, when I started actually acting like I like her, she ran. But when I was acting like when I was acting aloof, she was on my dick, begging to suck my dick when I was aloof. But when I started getting into her, she was like, ooh, she got disgusted. Anyway. Yeah, there's no gray area when a woman like you. There's no hoops. You don't got to take her to a certain restaurant. None of that. You don't got to pay a deposit to take her on a date. None of that.
If there was ever a time.
Just touchdown, calling you. So you say, and I wanna stop.
Most men will never, most men will never, feel that feeling of a bitch singing to you, can I come over? I mean, it's overrated. It's cool, a few times, whatever. It get overrated. Um. So, so let's talk about Aaliyah real quick. Let's talk about Aaliyah real quick. Now, I want to be respectful. God bless the dead. I like Aaliyah, like a lot of her music. She was beautiful. And I mean no disrespect. God forgive me. God rest the dead. But Aaliyah was, from what I understand, she was what we would call a 304. She was. She messed with this person, that. From what I hear, she messed with a lot of different dudes in the industries. All right, see you later, Lauren. Okay, I'm back. So look, yeah, from most of our standards, she would be what we would call like an industry 304. Um, but that's pretty much going to be the fate of most young pretty girls at 14, 15 when they're left to their own devices to make their own decisions. And it goes back to why women should be completely controlled. Not completely, but you know what I mean. So even if I didn't hear those stories about Aaliyah in the industry, let's pull something up real quick. Or we could talk about the hold on. We could talk about the R. Kelly angle when it comes to Aaliyah. So he was having sex with her when she was 14 or 15. Allegedly. She passed in a plane crash. Shit was horrible. Shit was sad as fuck. Let's see what video. Maybe this is a good one to go over. Which one is this one? Yeah, I think this is a good one to go over. I love Aaliyah's music, but Aaliyah couldn't sing. Like, respectfully, God bless you, Aaliyah. But the point that I want to make about Aaliyah not being able to sing, and I really like her music a lot. I love Aaliyah's music, but we just having real talk, honest talk here. Aaliyah wasn't a vocalist, but let's be real. When you look like that, you don't gotta be a vocalist. You know, when you look like Aaliyah, yeah, when you look like this, you don't have to be a vocalist. She was super hot, tight body. She was on her way. Bro, chill to Orlando. Chill. But let's I'm gonna get pinged for playing this video. But let's watch this video. Or some of it at least. What's the name of this? Hot Like Fire? Now Timberland had a crush on her. So let's look at that angle. Timberland, that's the only reason Timberland took her on is because he had a fucking crush on her. And he was a grown man. And look, I don't demonize. Look, let's be real. When Timberland got a hold of her, let me Google it. That's the only reason Timberland wanted to fuck with her. I'm not saying she was the worst singer of all time or nothing, But Aaliyah wasn't a vocalist. Let's just, if we being brutally honest. I mean, maybe I'm tripping. God bless the dead. Maybe I'm tripping. Was Aaliyah known for being a strong vocalist? Okay, the AI says not that not that everything should be based on AI, but look, AI says yes. Aaliyah was highly regarded as a talented R&B vocalist. Okay. He says though she was specifically known for a smooth, controlled, and breathy vocal style rather than a powerful belting or vocal acrobatics, often associated with powerhouse singers of her era. Her strength lay in her precise technique, unique tone, and ability to convey emotion through subtlety, aka she couldn't sing, compared to her contemporaries. Let's just be shitting on Aaliyah. I like Aaliyah. I love Aaliyah. I love her looks and I love her songs. I mean, but see, look, I'm a musician, so I don't want to get too because I could be a snob. I mean, we could really break it down, far as if she had talent or not. There's an argument to be made that she didn't. I mean, she kind of knew how to dance, but even I mean, I don't even know if that was anything that spectacular. Look, Aaliyah's power was in what she looked like. She was youthful and beautiful. And she had Timberland, one of the greatest producers of all time, backing her, making her beats, and I'm sure she had people writing her songs. Now, I don't know. Let me Google that real quick. But then I want to break down something else too. I don't know how this turned into an Aaliyah tangent, but I got to just get all this shit off my chest. And this isn't Aaliyah hate, because once again, I love Aaliyah. Wish she was still here with us. Real shit. But let's look. Did Aaliyah write a lot of her own songs? Okay. Based on the available information, Aaliyah did not write a significant portion of her own songs. Okay? So, Aaliyah's talent that's in question. But she was beautiful. And if we're being brutally honest, and she was cool. She had a cool image. The clothes, the glasses, she was cool as ice. She was fly, she was pretty, and she was cool. That was Aaliyah's appeal. It wasn't any mind-blowing talent. But look, Preston is really getting pissed about me talking about Aaliyah. But look, it's just opinions. It's cool. For people who thought she could sing, cool, you thought she could sing. I'm not mad at you. Once again, I like Aaliyah. But let's get back to the point. So R. Kelly had her when she was, let's see, when did R. Kelly have her? When did R. Kelly link up with Aaliyah musically? Okay. R. Kelly began working with Aaliyah in early 1993 when she was 14 years old. So let's start there. So the only reason R. Kelly wanted to work with her musically because he wanted to fuck her. Let's just talk real. Um he wanted to fuck a 14-year-old. So how old was R. Kelly? Let's just this fucking stream is gonna get banned. This took a crazy turn. This stream. This shit took a crazy turn. Hold on. How old was R. Kelly in 1993? He was 26 years old, which I mean he was still a grown man, but he wasn't. It ain't like he was 46 fucking with a 14-year-old. But I mean, some people will say that's a mute point because he was still grown, but he wasn't that old. So let me touch here. A 14-year-old girl who looked like Aaliyah, or let's just say 14 and 15-year-old girls who look like Aaliyah across the world. Yeah, they're getting offers from 20, 21, 22-year-old, 23-year-old grown men. As sick as you may want to call it. Like, okay, we've talked about this before on this channel. I mean, we could talk about the morality of it. We could go on forever. But let's just talk about biology. And I'm not trying to excuse anything, whatever. But let's talk about biology. Are there haters hating on Aaliyah? Okay, it's cool. But look, 14 years old, from a biological standpoint, how can I put this? Um, let's take a look at history real quick. Was there ever a time in history when 14 and 15-year-olds were having babies? Okay, AI says yes. Throughout nearly all of human history, 14 and 15-year-olds regularly had children. In many ancient, medieval, and pre industrial societies, marriage and childbearing often began shortly after puberty between ages of 12 and 15. This was common due to high infant mortality rates, lower life expectancy, and the need to start families immediately to ensure survival. So let me read that one more time. Yes, throughout nearly all of human history, 14 and 15-year-olds regularly had children. Were they having children with other 14 and 50-year-olds? Let's look it up. Throughout human history, it was regular for 14 and 15-year-olds to have children, but how old were the guys that they were having children with? Okay, it says throughout history, 14 and 15-year-old girls having children often did so with significantly older men, frequently aged 20 or older. Historical data shows that while young women married at young ages, male partners were often much older. And in modern studies, 70% of teen mothers' children were fathered by men over 20. All right, so let's start there. From a biological standpoint, at 14 and 15, it's time for a young lady to start having babies biologically. I mean, we live in a society now where it's like, oh, that's gross, that's terrible, how dare you, yada yada yada. But throughout history and from a biological standpoint, it's time for her to start having babies with a 20-plus-year-old at 14, 15. Biologically. So we could just, hey, take that for what you want. Don't be mad at me, be mad at God and mad at history. But let's look at it from another angle. Look, I'm not having a morality conversation here. We talking what's real. Um, El Drosfila says it doesn't make it right. Ask AI about maternal mortality in history, especially with teenagers. Yeah, I'm sure it was bad, but I'm gonna go another angle. I mean, I don't want to touch the conversation, at least tonight, about the morality of grown men having sex with teenage girls. I don't think I want to go that deep tonight, but we be touching it a little bit because I just want to go in on this Aaliyah thing. Let's go. Where was I about to go? Hey, well, let's go here. 14. Let's go 16. Or is that a different ball game? Is 14 to 16 a different ball game? Is that two different leagues, or is that essentially the same thing for y'all? Can y'all let me know that in the chat? If we have this conversation, or is 16 a different ball game? If I say 14, is that a line too far? But it's 16, like, oh, okay, we can kind of see it. Or is it the same difference? Either type no difference or big difference in the comment. Because I mean, I don't know if that changes the conversation for y'all. But the point that I'm gonna make next is, okay, X made a great point. He said when these 20-plus-year-old men were having babies with 14 and 15-year-old teenagers, that was going to be their wife. And actually, I agree. That does make I think that does make a big difference in this conversation. That makes a huge difference. So, okay, I'll make a moral statement here. My moral statement up until this point in the conversation will be, I do think it's wrong for a grown man to pump and dump a high school girl. I'll say that. That's the only moral statement I'll say as of right now. Preston says it's basically the same thing, 14 and 16. Okay, fine. Let's go here. Is it morally wrong for a 25-year-old man to be sexually attracted to a 15-year-old teenager? I'm sure there's people in this chat that would say yes. Like, look, I mean, yeah, let's talk about it. Fuck it. We're here. I think this is the end of my channel, y'all. This is it. We had a good run, y'all. Okay. Hold on. Trying to find the fucking video again. I really want to break this down. This fucking live stream really took a strange turn.
Are you single? HP.
Can't fucking find. I'm gonna find this shit eventually. Okay. 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 Let's talk this angle. Let's go here. Well, yeah, let's go here. Is it wrong for a 30-year-old man to be attracted to an 18-year-old young lady? Is that immoral for a 30-year-old man to find an 18-year-old young lady attractive? I need everybody to answer that right now, and then we'll keep going after that. We'll keep going after that. I need a yes or no answer starting right now. Is it immoral for a 30-year-old man to be sexually attracted to an 18-year-old young woman? Everybody follow my backup channel. This is my last live stream. It's Dating Dysfunctions. Is my backup channel. Dating Dysfunctions. I actually got another backup channel, but I don't even think I'm ever going to do anything with that. I forgot even what the sign is to it. Probably could figure it out, but anyway. I need y'all answer to that. Okay, X says no. It's not immoral for a 30-year-old man to be sexually attracted to an 18-year-old young lady. And DEC says no, that's okay. It's okay for a 30-year-old man to be attracted to an 18-year-old woman. Anybody else? Can I get some more answers? We got 2 answers. 2 people says no. I might be trapping y'all into something, but I got 2 answers that says no. Oh, Isaiah, this is the last live because based on the topic that we're talking about right now. Something okay, DC says as long as you don't have kids yet. I think well, we could talk about that argument. I always hated that argument. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I've always hated the argument of I mean, I guess I get it, but I kind of always hated the argument of like it'll be a 40-year-old man and he'll say, I ain't attracted to no 20-year-old. My daughter 20. Nigga, I'm not talking about your daughter. Like your daughter has nothing to do like I get it, but I don't get it. Anyway, I don't want to get sidetracked with that. But from the couple answers we got, maybe people don't really want to chime in on this conversation. And I understand. But I got 2 answers that said it's not immoral for a 30-year-old man to be attracted to a 18-year-old young lady. So here's my thing though. You can't tell. Some of these 15-year-olds are built like 21-year-olds. There's many cases where you can't tell if you just out at the mall and you see a young, I mean, you could tell she's a young lady, but you don't know how old she is. You don't know if she's 14, 15, 18, 19, maybe 20. I've seen some 20-year-olds that look 14. Like, I don't fucking know how old you are. Okay, X says age is not character. My daughter got pregnant at 27 by 37-year-old deadbeat. I would rather she found a quality man at 17, 18, no matter what his age. I mean, yeah. But no, real shit. I mean, I'm not saying anything, but let's have an honest conversation here. If you saw a chick at the mall and you're like, "Oh, she look a little young." I mean, I don't know how young, but who's to say that if you walk down the mall and you see like, "Oh, she's attractive," and you're 30 and you're thinking, "Oh, she look like she might be 18," but then you talk to her, she's 14. So, are you now a pedophile? You weren't a pedophile if she was 18, but because you saw her, you're like, "Ooh, damn, look at that. She look about 18. I could say that. She 18. Ooh, look at that." And then somehow you found out she 14. Oh shit, I'm a pedophile. No, it don't. No, that shit sounds stupid. Look, I'm just gonna make this statement. When a young woman sexually develops and will start growing boobs and butt, men of all ages are gonna be sexually, well, not all men, but I'm saying that's when grown men are gonna start being sexually attracted to her. It's biology. I'm sorry. It is. I'm not saying all, but yes. Let's be the motherfuckers be capping. Let's be real. Let's be real. And it goes back to the argument of you don't know how old somebody is in that range. So, you know, if it's some 15-year-old walking at the mall with big ass and big tits and a belly shirt and booty shorts on, grown men is looking. Nigga, you lying to yourself if you think they're not. And you're lying. I think motherfuckers be lying. A motherfucker would be lying if they're saying there's no such thing as a attractive 16-year-old. Hey, look. Okay, okay, okay. I like the point that Isaiah just made. He says, "No, it isn't immoral. Attraction is natural. Whether the man pursues it or not is the question." Yeah, I think that's where morality comes in. I think that's where morality comes in. Like, I don't think it's. How can I put this? If a 60-year-old man sees a 15-year-old high school young lady, and let me point this out real quick before I continue. I really want to end this point with Aaliyah and Timberland and R. Kelly, so we can get back to what I wanted to finish. But well, yeah, always ask for ID. That's the public service announcement, real quick. Always ask for ID, or probably just shouldn't do it if you gotta ask for ID. But anyway, because there's so many different angles I could touch on with this. Is it immoral for a 60-year-old man to be walking in the mall and see some high school girls and get a chubby? Well, no, I wouldn't say it's immoral because he can't help what gives him a chubby. I would say it's immoral if he's go pursues them. Then we can. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna make a moral statement, but I will say, to me, morality doesn't even come in until some actions happen. Just seeing, you know, a high school teenager and being sexually attracted at any age isn't immoral. Maybe doing something about it at a certain age is, or maybe if you're just planning to pump and dump, it is. Okay, but here let's talk about this argument real quick too, because that's to me that's a different question. Now, okay. Now I'm gonna address that question, but I also want to address what Preston said. He obviously said a 60-year-old man attracted to a 15-year-old girl is disgusting and makes him want to puke. No, I mean that's fine, but I couldn't send him to jail. If we could read thoughts and we read the thought that the 60-year-old man was attracted to that 15-year-old girl, I'm not gonna send him to jail off a thought. If he acted on it, then we can have a question about if it's a law or go against it or whatever. But anyway, somebody just said, "What does a 30-year-old man have in common with an 18-year-old girl?" See, we're not talking about having anything in common. We're talking about fucking and sexual attraction. Well, we're not even talking about fucking. I'll take that back. We're not talking about fucking. We're talking about attraction. Now, if you see this built like a grown woman 15-year-old walking in the mall, you're not thinking, and her ass is hanging out of her shorts. You're not thinking, I wonder what I got in common with her. Let's just be real. My point is, when a young lady sexually develops, that's when men are supposed to be attracted to her. Whatever age that is. I don't know what age that is. I mean, but it's usually gonna be around high school. So my general statement, do I think it's immoral for grown men to be attracted to young ladies in their teens? No, it's just biology. Now, if you want to have a different conversation about him taking action on that, that's a different conversation. But just the mere attraction, no, I think that's biologically sound. I mean, it's biology telling men it's time to inseminate. I mean, from a biological standpoint, like, so no, it's not immoral. It's just not. That's the yeah. When a young lady develops, that's when men are going to start being attracted. So whatever. Even with my hypothetical or theoretical daughter, when she get 14, 15, 16, I'm going to be aware that yes, her walking in the mall, there's going to be some 30-year-olds checking her out. It's just life is just biology. There's no point in me being mad at it. Now stay away from her, motherfucker. But I'm not gonna be mad at the thought that it's just yeah, it's probably some grown men checking her out. She's developing. That's just biology. Like, no point in getting mad at it. So anyway, back to the story. So if y'all want my definitive answer, I think it's fine for men of all ages to be attracted to a young lady who's sexually developed. It just makes total sense to me. Makes total sense to me. Can't really be controlled. But anyway, so do I think Timberland is an evil man because he was attracted to a 15 or 16-year-old Aaliyah, a young lady who's probably throughout the industry or throughout the years can arguably be deemed one of the most beautiful women to ever be. I mean, Aaliyah is one of the finest women I've ever seen. I'm just going to fucking say it. So do I think the grown men who saw Aaliyah who were attracted to her at 15, 16, do I think they're evil because they were attracted to one of the most beautiful young ladies ever that a lot of guys ever seen? Absolutely not. Yeah, absolutely not. But let's get back to it. So okay, so back to what I was saying. R. Kelly started working with Aaliyah because he wanted to fuck her at 14. Like whatever, you could think what you want about that. Now, as we just discussed, do I think he's an evil man? This sounds weird, but fuck it. Do I think he's an evil man for wanting to fuck a 14-year-old? Uh, so far, no. I mean, I don't think he's an evil man for that. The fact that he actually did fuck her, we could have a different conversation about that. Um, okay. He did make her a star. Not to say that that has, I mean, it does have something to do with each other, but maybe I don't want to word it like that. Well, let's have this conversation real quick. When is a young lady's mind developed enough to know I shouldn't be fucking with a 26-year-old at this age, at 14, 15? Um, that's what I want to talk about because Dave Chappelle has a joke about that. Dave Chappelle has a joke about that. I think I don't know how the whole joke could go, but he say something about how old is 14 really? He basically said, "Look, at 14, I knew maybe didn't know a lot, but I knew I didn't want to get pissed on." There was a lot of stuff I didn't know about life at 14. I would say the same thing for me. So anyway, so let back what I was saying. But that's the question I want to ask you guys. At what age does a young lady know? I shouldn't be fucking with no grown ass men. And then also, okay, how much blame do we put on her parents for giving her away to some grown ass man? Now, I was thinking about this earlier. Don't think too much into that. But I was thinking about this earlier. The only time we don't hold teenagers accountable is when it comes to dicks and pussies. Now, see, if your 14-year-old daughter broke the windows out of somebody's house, you would whoop her ass and hold her accountable. But if your 14-year-old daughter suck a 30-year-old man's dick, she got taken advantage of. Like, if a 30-year-old man pull up to your 14-year-old daughter and say, "I'll give you $50 for head," and she hop in and give him head for $50, did she get manipulated? I mean, by that logic, if she bust the windows out of somebody's house because her girlfriend said, "Let's do it, it'll be fun," you shouldn't punish her for that either because she got manipulated by her friend. Or is it only manipulation if the guy's older? And then is that really manipulation? He just said right out, like, "I'll give you $50 for head if you get in the car and give me head." There's no manipulation in that. He just asked outright. I'm just saying. Where's the manipulation? Like, cause see, I want to break this down a bit, and I'm not trying to advocate for 30-year-old guys soliciting 14-year-old girls for head outside of the high school, but you got to think, man. Girls mature faster than boys. Cause then I got to think back to when I was that age, and just assessing where the girls' minds were at that age. Now that I'm older, and they was on some grown ass shit. See, cause here's my question. Well, I'm just gonna make this statement right now. 14-year-old girl knows she shouldn't be getting in the car and sucking a 30-year-old man's dick. So if my theoretical, hypothetical 14-year-old daughter give head for money, I'm mad at the guy, but I'm not cutting my daughter some slack and saying, "Oh, baby, it's okay. You were manipulated and sexually assaulted." And no. Like once the evidence come out and the cops prove that they got her on camera, him talking and her saying, shaking her head, yeah, $50 and giving them the money, whatever. If I could prove evidence, like no, like I'm whooping your ass and I'm holding you accountable the same way I would hold you accountable for breaking the window out of the people's car at 14. You knew what the fuck you was doing. You ain't that much of a little kid. You ain't 6, 7, 8, 14. You knew what the fuck was going on. Like, I mean, yeah, I want the 30-year-old to go to jail and this and that, but and then you got dads. Oh, I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him. You got a lot of niggas to kill. Because if you got a fast ass little 14-year-old daughter who hot in the pants, you got a lot of niggas to kill. You gonna have a lot of niggas to kill. Because when these little fast ass girls get it in their mind that they about to go hoe it up, It ain't nothing you could do as the father other than literally lock her in a room all day. Yeah, you gonna have a lot of niggas to kill and try to get prosecuted. Once these young fast ass girls get on a mission, they know what the fuck they doing. I'm not saying either. I'm not saying that. Now I get it. You know, never blame the child. Oh, that's another thing I wanted to touch on. The way that people strategically use the word child. See, that's more manipulation. Like, if let's just say a 25-year-old man have sex with a 15-year-old girl in the news, they're gonna say 25-year-old man sexually assaults a child. Like, a child? Look, I'm sorry. I'll just say this. I don't know what number to put on it, but I'm definitely gonna put high school on it. Once you in high school, you're a teenager now. You about to be a young adult, you a teenager, you're not a child. But in these sex cases, they use the word child specifically. So in your mind, you could think a 6-year-old. Even if you read the article and it's she was 15, but no, but they did that on purpose. So you could associate, because so you in your mind, you could already like set your mind up like, oh, like a child, like a 6 or 7-year-old. That's word manipulation. I'm not saying a 15-year-old is a fully developed brained adult or whatever, but let's not act like it's a 6-year-old either. And if you notice in this this segment, this creepy segment, whatever you want to call it, I chose my words wisely when I was talking about a 14 and 15-year-old. I didn't say a child because I'm sorry, a 14 and 15-year-old isn't a child. It's a teenager. That's why they got a different name for it. It's a teen. I mean, I've heard 40-year-olds call a 21-year-old a child and a kid. But no, words have meanings. Like, no. She's a teenager. She's not a little kid. She's a teenager. But anyway, I don't know where I went off top, but I did want to address. So, okay, back to the point I just made. So, let me Google something real quick before we continue. Let me Google something real quick. Were Aaliyah's family members often with her while she was running around in the industry? Okay, so AI says yes, Aaliyah's family members were frequently with her throughout her music career and acting career. Her career described as a family affair, with her parents, Diane and Michael Houghton, actively managing her, and her brother Rashad Houghton serving as a close confidant. Here are the okay. So, and I kind of knew that, but I just wanted to verify. So from what AI says, her family was often there with her. Okay. Um, which I mean, I'm sure they were, but she still found a way to sneak off and get fucked by R. Kelly. So I was gonna say, how much blame should we put on the parents? So let's just say I was a Leah father back then. First off, my daughter, she wouldn't be able to be alone with a guy. Like, there is no being like, you know how strict, like, niggas would just have to kill me. Like, I probably just wouldn't let it go down. Like, niggas would have to have a clear understanding with me. Like, yeah, yeah, it would have to be completely on my fucking terms, completely. Like, in the moment some fuck shit happened, it would just be career over. Like, nope, we ain't coming around Timberland no more. He did some fuck shit. You just ain't gonna be able to do the singing shit. We'll try to do it in some other way, but you know, the moment he get one of his goons to kick me out the room or something, so he could be alone with my daughter, that's a wrap. He never coming around. Niggas just had to kill me. Like, yeah, it's a wrap. Career over. So anyway, so let me just AI this and see what they say. But yeah, y'all ain't fucking my daughter. I'm like, it's not about. I mean, we just had a whole conversation about the morality of it and who groomed who and who knew better and who didn't know better. You just not fucking my daughter because it's my daughter. Not even, I mean, even if she was 19, you ain't fucking my daughter. So this ain't even an age thing. If she was 22, you ain't fucking my daughter. Like, I mean, ideally, from a father's standpoint, the only person having sex with my daughter is her husband. Fuck all that. But I even said earlier in this creepy segment that if we talking about morality, a big part of it would be like, okay, is he just gonna have sex with this young lady or is he gonna marry her? I mean, I know that sounds crazy, like a 30-year-old man, trying to marry a 14 or 15-year-old girl. But anyway, um, so back to this. R. Kelly start working with Aaliyah because he wanted to fuck her. And let's see what AI says. Did R. Kelly have sex with Aaliyah when she was underage? We just gonna roll with yes, allegedly. Based on all the information I've gathered over the years and documentaries, I'm just gonna roll with yes. And actually, R. Kelly did marry her, so maybe he's a good guy after all. Like he did marry her.
You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious?
Anyway. So did R. Kelly take advantage of Aaliyah? I'm gonna say in that scenario, yeah. Yeah, he did. I mean, R. Kelly was wrong. He was wrong. I mean, there's really no getting around that. In that scenario, well, I know that probably sounds bad. Like, okay, RB, what scenario is it okay for a 26-year-old to have sex with a 14-year-old? I mean, I guess I can't think of one. But see, we're having so many different conversations at once. The first conversation was, would he have been wrong for being sexually attracted to her? And I basically said no. Acting on it, yeah, that's a whole different conversation. Um, but anyway, let's see when Timberland got her. How old was Aaliyah when she started working with Timberland? Okay, Aaliyah was approximately 16 to 17-year-old when she began working with producer Timbaland for her second album, One in a Million, which was released in August 1996. So she was a little older around Timbaland. I mean, not much older. I know y'all said it's like the same thing. So she was a little older. Timbaland produced her album when she was 16, and he had a crush on her too. He even said it. He said it in an interview. He had a crush on her. Like I said, I get it. It's Aaliyah, one of the most beautiful women ever. I don't think Timbaland hit it, but it was heavily influential in him deciding to work with her. That's the point I'm making. Aaliyah's whole career was based off essentially the fact that she was hot. She was hot. she was hot. I don't know if that was the ultimate point I was trying to make with all this. I feel like I was going somewhere, but we didn't went in so many different directions. I didn't probably forgot what my ultimate point with all this was. Oh, Aaliyah being a 304. So that's what I was going to play this video for. When Aaliyah was when she was 14, 15, 16, she swore she was a badass. She was hanging around Timberland. She was hot. She riding in fucking vets and hanging around legends, Timberland and R. Kelly. I mean, you couldn't tell her little young ass nothing. couldn't tell her nothing. And she around all these grown men. Now, mind you, now look at this. This is a 16-year-old girl. Look at what she got on. Like ass crack jeans, a fucking hooker halter top. Now, I'm assuming her family was at this video shoot. Who allowed this? Who allowed them to sexualize? Like, this is not appropriate for a young lady. So she was grown as hell. And even look at the dude, and these are grown men in the background. All these grown men was trying to fuck on her. Let's be real. I mean, I've already said it at the beginning of this creepy segment. Grown men have been fucking on teenage girls since the beginning of time. And let's be real, it's never gonna fucking change. Likely when you was in high school, the hottest 5, 16, 15, and 16-year-olds had grown men picking them up after school. They might not have been 30 or whatever, but they was 21, 22. In high school, college men were picking up the hottest chicks from your high school. That shit ain't never gonna fucking stop. But anyway, let's continue. But all these grown men, you don't think all the grown men on this video shoot was trying to fucking holler at her? You think they gave a fuck about that 2-year difference? Was she 18 yet? They didn't give a fuck about that, especially like hood niggas, and they didn't give a fuck about that 2-year difference. And I think the age of consent is 16, so it was fair fucking game. Her pussy was fair fucking game at 16. Let's be real, like, you know, she literally was a celebrity. But even if Aaliyah wasn't in the music industry, a young girl who looks like him running the streets, riding around in big trucks and Hummers with grown men, man, this is the peak of her life, and she is literally living the celebrity life, and this is the highlight of her life, and she's fucking loving it. She's fucking loving every second of this shit. See, let me break this down real quick. This whole she was groomed and manipulated. Keep in mind, now I'm just roll with me. Roll with me. Young girls mature faster than boys. A 15-year-old girl who look like Aaliyah will run fucking circles around the average 30-year-old men when it comes to dating and mating and manipulation in the dating market. Who's really manipulating who? A hot 16-year-old like Aaliyah will be all in a 30-year-old man's pocket, having him fucking steal money from his grandmama and some more shit. Who's really manipulating? They know what the fuck is going on. They already know the game by the time they 14 and 15, nigga. She know more of the red pill game than you knew. Okay, let me tell you this right fucking now. This 15 to 16-year-old Aaliyah that we looking at right now, she was more red pill than I am now then. Women are the red pill. Men just had to come put names and titles on this shit. Women are naturally the fucking red pill. She was on her phone at 14. She may have been on the phone at 14 with her little girlfriends. Like, I got this nigga R. Kelly wrapped around my finger. She was talking grown gangster shit at 14. They already know the fucking game by the time they 14, nigga. This fucking narrative, this innocent, sweet. I mean, I'm not saying R. Kelly wasn't wrong or something, but I'm just giving y'all another side of the game. I got this weak simp ass nigga R. Kelly lacing my pockets already, girl. She was talking, these little hot in the pants, pretty girls at 14, they be talking like that at that age. This little bitch ass nigga, bald ass bitch ass nigga. How the fuck you bald at 26? She was probably on the phone with her 14-year-old girls roasting this nigga. A hot 14-year-old girl know way more about the game than you know now. How about that? So all this whole just innocent, sweet little girl that was victimized and manipulated, and he manipulated her brain. No, she might have manipulated that nigga brain. I know how I go. I already know how I go. I know I'm making assumptions. I mean, this channel is about making assumptions. this channel is full of assumptions and generalizations. I am making assumptions. I'm just giving y'all another. We just massaging some thoughts here. We just massaging some thoughts. Aaliyah wasn't fucking green. I'm not saying she never got taken advantage of, and I'm not saying R. Kelly wasn't wrong, but I just can't go with the schoolgirl innocent narrative who don't know nothing about nothing and all these men manipulate. I can't go with that narrative either. I can't. See that little gyration? What is that little move there? The whole thing was selling sex from the jump. Like, yeah, where the fuck are the parents, man? Where the fuck are the parents? I mean, it's just natural, man. These young girls be hot in the pants, and it's just biology. But it's the adult's job to control her sexuality. As weird as that may sound, to try to put a lock on her sexuality. Yeah, she want to go gyrate. She want to go ride on some college dudes' dicks at 14. Of course. I mean, that's not shocking. It's just biology. But you just got to try to control it as the parent. So yeah, her parents essentially sold their daughter to a sex ring, a Hollywood sex ring, essentially. Not literally, but figuratively, a Hollywood sex ring, if you will. These grown men. Why would you even have? This is just all wrong. No, no. Okay, LD. No, I don't even know LD. I don't even know. Okay, let me just get some information. If you LD, I'm not saying you're a woman, but are you a woman, LD? I'm not saying that your arguments are woman-like. I'm just curious if you happen to be a woman or a man. Just curious. Um, it's no way I would even have. I don't know if she was in this scene, but there's no way that I would have my daughter even in this scene. Like, you see what I'm saying? These grown ass thug niggas with their shirts off. Oh. This music was fire though. Like, yeah, she at the party with all these grown ass men. And she could easily say she 18 or 19. Wait, are you a woman? You are a woman? Hold on. Hold on. Okay, LD, are you saying you are a woman? Can you just say yes, I'm a woman? Can you say the word woman in your next comment? Because I don't know if you're saying yes, I am a man or yes, I am a woman. She was an artist. I just don't think it's appropriate that in her music video as a 16-year-old artist, that she should have been dancing around a bunch of grown ass men with their shirts off. Is that do you not agree, LD? And I ain't gonna lie, I could kind of sense that you were making female arguments, but I like I invite women in here. I want to hear women's perspective. I love that you're rocking with us. I mean, I don't know if you've ever saw this stream before. Can you answer that question? Is this your first stream hearing me, or I feel like I may have saw you before. I don't know. I don't know. Let me say this real quick. The part I dislike about all this with the teenage girls and shit, reason I think it's wrong, a big part of the reason why I think it's wrong that these teenage girls are fucking on these grown men is because like these women, these young ladies shouldn't be having sex outside of essentially marriage. or shouldn't be having sex with more than one man their whole life. They should lose their virginity to their husband, really, or at least a man that you were at least going to try to start a family with. That's, to me, that's why it's wrong. To me, it's not necessarily wrong because she 14 and he 28 or whatever the fuck. I mean, we already had that conversation. But the main part that's the most fucked up is I know that she's on a route that she probably will never get off of. Okay, LD says, no, I agree. I would not let my daughter or son in the industry, especially in the 1990s when everything was sexualized. Facts. LD says, we know the creepy producers. Look what they did to Diddy. I mean, yeah. These producers use their status to get. Well, who don't use their status to get pussy? I don't know. Yeah, Diddy was on some bullshit. If any of that shit is true from the, and I'm assuming a lot of it is from that documentary, Diddy. But I've never liked Diddy. From when I was a kid, I knew something was creepy about this nigga. I always thought something was off about Diddy. My whole life. When I was fucking 6, I knew something was off about Diddy. Or was Diddy even popping when I was, or whatever, when I was 7 and 8, I knew something was off about that nigga. Anyway, I think I got my point across. But the final thing I'll say on Aaliyah. So she was passed around the industry, and a lot of that she wasn't a complete innocent victim. She just did what most young pretty girls are gonna do. They're gonna get ran through. You know? They're gonna get ran through. She was a young celebrity in more ways than one. And you know, young pretty girls don't want to get sat down. They don't want to get sat down to be some wholesome girlfriend at, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21. They want to reap all the benefits of being a young hot celebrity. Point blank period. And then I get it. It's not the right path for them, but I totally get it. I totally get it. What up, Mr. Real Talk? I'm glad you skipped the creepy section of this live stream. I probably should just put this in the members section after I end this stream, you think? If you were here live to see it, you were just here live to see it. This is a very strange stream, Mr. Real Talk. Very strange stream. You can wrap this one thing up with Anita real quick before I get off here.
Don't like him. Like, can I be honest? You don't like him. And this is a piece of truth that a lot of women, y'all are not going to like. But I'm beginning to think y'all don't like men. You don't like the men that I guess are interested in you. And that's why you have all these stipulations for them. And look, I'm not saying you shouldn't have a standard. I have a standard. I am 58 years old and I have a standard for the men that I date. Okay? I believe every person.
We could talk about that. I could stay on here till 11. Maybe not 11, but I could probably stay on here till 10. I don't know if I will. Can we get some donations? I've been on 2 hours. We didn't even meet the live stream goal for the 2 hours, but I just been staying on 2 hours. Can we get some donations just for the hell of it? Even $5. Cash App, PayPal, Streamlabs, all at the top of the chat. Also in the description, Cash App is pinned to the top of the chat. Or you could do Super Chat, Super Sticker, dollar symbol on the right of the chat box. Yeah. So let's go back. Anita just said, I'm 58 years old and I got a standard. Anita, I like you, Anita. I kind of like you. But and you're a cute woman. You're well, I think you're very attractive to be 58. You're about to be 60 years old. You look very good. You look great for your age. You're fit, and I think you look great for your age. But, and I'm not saying you shouldn't have standards, Anita, but at 58, like, you probably gonna have to. Let me see what I want to say, Anita. Dating is over at 58, Anita. It's just fucking over. I don't know what you. Anita has been single for quite some time. I think Anita has been single for 5 years. She's been single for at least 3 years. And let me break this down, because I said it earlier in the stream. If a woman is single for years, it's because she won't get off her high horse. She refuses to accept what her options are. That's what it is when any woman is single for years. She's trying to fight what her real options are. Because if she was going to accept what her real options are, she wouldn't have been on the dating market for years. She's still trying to fight it, but as she fighting it, she's just getting older and older, and the options are still going to just keep getting worse. But shout out to X. X just donated $10 for my troubles, and I really appreciate it. So X, this is for you.
That's a hard nigga.
It's the happiest day of my life, is what I'm saying.
Hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it.
You a gangster now. I'm winning any motherfucker where I can't lose.
So back, what was I saying? So Anita says something good here too, like that I want to touch on. But right now, I just want to touch on Anita's standards. Let's pull up the calculator. Let's pull up the calculator. I'm getting tired. I was thinking about if I'm gonna be up to doing a Kendra G still tonight, but I probably ain't gonna be up to it. I'm getting tired, but I definitely want to get through this Anita thing. So let's see what I think Anita wants. We did this plenty of times before. So Anita is 58, so she's gonna want a man at least 50. Well, she would probably go 52 because she's a young 58. She would go 52, I think. 60. She probably would go. I'll just give her 65. I'm gonna break it down, LD. I'm gonna break it. We about to break it down now. What I think her standards should be. But first, let's look at what I'm pretty confident her standards are. I highly doubt Anita would go to 70, but I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt and say she would go to 70, even though I'm almost positive she wouldn't go to 70. I'm almost 1,000,000,000,000% certain because she's a young 58, and she do look young for her age, and she's fit. And I agree, she is a young 58. But yeah, fuck it, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt and say 50 to 70, even though we know in real life it would be way tighter range than that. You know what? We gonna go back to that. I'm gonna go to what I think Anita really genuinely would want. What she really wants is 58 to 65 max. Obviously exclude married. Do I think she want to? I think she said she would take any race. I remember her saying that. I don't think she's tripping about 6 feet. So I'll just give her the average height, 5'9". I'm positive she don't want obese. She's even said that. She don't want obese. And I'm pretty sure Anita is fairly successful. Anita, from what I've gathered, I've been watching her videos for a year or two. I believe she's a successful psychiatrist, therapist, psychological, bobical, something. I'm pretty sure she makes 200,000 or more a year. If I had to guess, I could be wrong, but based on what she's gonna say later, and this is the reason why I wanted to go over this video, she's gonna say something about money that I really want to break down. But I think she makes about 200K. Okay, so she's gonna at least want a man who makes 100K. You know what? Fuck it. We'll give her the benefit of the doubt. We'll say 80K. We know that ain't real, but fuck it. We're gonna give her the benefit of the doubt and say 80K. This is what she really looking for. Mr. 1.6.
You are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Now let's go back for a second. This isn't anything even crazy. A lot of people would say, no, let me go back because I think I've been reading this wrong. Is it Mr. 1. No, this is Mr. 1.6. Yeah. So, according to statistical data, the probability of a guy in the U.S. male population age 58 to 65 that meets your standards is 1.6. Yeah. So, and this is me. This is the man she would feel like she's settling for. He's not married. He's any race. He's just 5'9". He's not particularly tall. You know, Anita has had a couple tall guys in her life. He's not obese, and he's just making 80K. You would think a man make 80K at 58 to 65, right? I mean, this. Most people would say this is super realistic for her. It's called I Got Standards, bro. LD. You should use it in your everyday life. I got some more questions for you, LD, if you care to answer, or you could tell me to go fuck myself. I totally respect that too. But LD, do you care to say your age, if you have any kids, relationship status, and if you ever been married? So let me say that again. Age, relationship status, if you got kids, and if you ever been married, LD. I'm not gonna roast you. I promise I'm not gonna roast you. Oh, also LD, if you care to share your race. Not that it should matter, but let's be real. In this life, it does matter. So let me just write it down. If you care to share, LD, can I have your age? Kids? I don't want your kids, but I'm just saying if you have any kids. It's a bad mistake to make on this creepy episode. Age, if you have any kids, ever been married? Okay, cool. I think she's 50, married for 25 years, has kids, and is white. See, it's no coincidence that I attract married women on this show. It's no fucking coinky dink. No coinky dink. Anyway, let's get back to it. This is the guy that Anita would take, but she would feel like she's settling for. But even he is Mr. 1.6. Okay? It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen, Nita. You're not getting Mr. 1.6 at 58. Because Mr. 1.6 at 58 can fuck with a 32-year-old, a 34-year-old. Or if he don't want a relationship, he can get his pickle tickled by 21-year-olds until he passes away. There's plenty of 21-year-olds looking for a sugar daddy to trick off a few thousand. Few hundred. He can get good action for a few hundred from 21-year-olds. If you just want to play, travel and play. But anyway, even if Mr. 1.6 did want a serious relationship, he's gonna get it with a 35-year-old, 40-year-old max. He's not looking for a 60-year-old woman. He's just not. So even the guy that Anita would feel like she's settling for is never coming. Now, So let's go back to the man that I think she should, which she's gonna treat this guy that I'm about to create like shit. So, but let's go to the guy that I think she should entertain to help, what she actually qualifies for. She's side piece at best at 58. She's gonna be lucky to get a piece of a man. So he can be married. Fuck it, I'll give her 65. He's gonna be from 65 to 80. He can be married. You gotta take what you can get, Anita. 58. Any race. Shit. You'd be lucky to get anything. Any height. He can be obese, so let's uncheck that. Because at this point, you're just looking for a companion, Anita. Really a part-time companion. Because let's be real. This is the other thing these older women who want to date forget to talk about. Let's talk about this. She has a busy schedule herself. So that's the part they don't talk about. She don't got time for a full-time man. She worked full-time. She got 3 kids. She got some 22-year-old daughter she got to wrangle in. She got, she still got to be in contact with her baby daddy. She don't got time for a full-time man anyway. So that explains my he can be married portion. So yes, he can be married. He's 65 to 80. Any race. He can be obese. He can be any height. He could be 5'1". She just need a companion at this point. This is the last stage of life. She just need a companion. He could be fat as fuck. Money, he should be able to make 30K. See how I just improved her dating market? That's the highest number we ever seen. Now this the market she need to be checking in. And these the guys she's been ignoring for the past 5 years. So LD says if I had to date again, God forbid, I would say 40 to 70 at least. Wait, 40 to 70 what? Okay, I forgot to ask you. Oh, well no. Well you didn't you said you're 50? See, okay, LD, let's talk about that. So yeah, Anita, this is the pool that Anita needs to be picking a man from. But let's go back, because the one thing I know Anita would never settle for is him being married. So let's click that. And then everything else stays the same. Yeah, she's still looking a lot better than Mr. 1.6, but she's still looking for Mr. Top 15%er, but she need to get her a married man. But anyway, let's go back to you, LD. LD is 50. And we could talk, LD. I'm not going to say anything to hurt your feelings because you're already married. So if you're 50, LD, 40 is absurd. And I say that with love. I don't know why women don't get this. Any man under your age, unless it's like 2 years under your age, 48. But if you're talking about going 10 years younger, and maybe you cool with this. A 40-year-old man, if you're 50 with kids and an ex-husband, a 40-year-old man would only be looking to pump and dump you, LD. He would only be looking to pump you. Like no serious relationship. No, that ain't happening. So here's your realistic. Let me go back to what you said. We're seeing it live in our chat right now. This may be a little delusional, LD, and I'm saying this with love. This isn't any disrespect. We're just having fun. So let's go back to what LD said her standards would be if she went back on the dating market. Okay. You can forget about 40 and you just forget it. Forget about anything under 50. Well, you know what? I'll give you 48. But men usually date younger at that. Nah, I wouldn't even give you 40. It's 50 and up. So let's go 50 to 70. And really, if you're 50, you really looking 60 to 70. If I'm keeping it super real with you. Out of love, LD, out of love. If you're 50, it would be 60 to 70. So stay with your husband, is what I'm gonna say. Stay with your husband. Obviously, I'm sure you wouldn't want a married man. 60 to, or I don't know how far you would go up. I don't know if you would go to 75. Just go 70. I don't know if LD is leaving. If you're leaving, God bless. Take care of yourself. I don't know if you're leaving. Only mess with younger chicks and my female friends hate it. Yeah, I bet. Okay, so LD would. I hope I didn't run LD off. But okay. This would be LD standards. It would be 60 to 70. Exclude married. I don't know if she would date outside of her race. Let's just assume not. That's probably the best assumption. Oh, okay. Okay. So let me just ask you, since you're still here, LD, would you date outside your race? I'm assuming no. I'm black, but I wouldn't get offended. I mean, most people probably want to date in their race. It's only natural. Okay, any race? Okay, LD. Try out some black meat. All right, anyway, what about height, LD? So yeah, give me height, or you probably already gave me. Can he be obese? What's his height and what's his minimum income? Might have already told me up here. Oh yeah, you said 100K. Oh, her husband is Latino. Okay, a little Latino heat. Okay. She said 100K. That ain't happening. That ain't happening. LD, respectfully. And you may be a fine woman, but that just ain't happening. So let me help you out in that area. Can he be obese? Let me see if he could be obese. Can he be obese, LD? Okay, she said he can't be obese. And she said any height. Okay, let's go any height. Can't be obese, but 100K ain't happening. So let me help you out with the with the income. 50K should be good enough. You should already have your retirement set up and all that, and 50K should be fine. Actually, let me help you out. 30K. You should just be looking for a good man. He got his own studio apartment. He ain't asking you for nothing. He's somehow managing with the 30K. I give you 35. We'll do 40K. 40K. This is your guy. All right. 60 to 70. Not married. He's any race, any height. He's not obese. And he make at least 40K. Mr. Top 7.7. So this is still going to be a tough sell, LD. This is a tough sell. Let me try to help you out some more. Let's go 50 to 70. Let's go 50 to 70. Any height is good. You might have to take a fat man. And let's go down to 30K. He just has a job. Let's go to 25K. He has a job. No. Oh, what is? Oh, it's okay. Okay, he has a job. There we go. Still top 20. Still a top 20% man, but I helped you out a little bit. There we go. He's 50 to 70. He's 50 to 70. He's not married, any race, any height, any weight, and he earns at least $25,000 a year. So you still would be competing for the top 20%, the most desirable men on the dating market. But so it's still gonna be a tough competition. So you got to compete. You're not gonna be able to just show up to the date and look cute. You really got to compete. So yeah, you really gonna have to work for this man that make $25K a year and he 5'1". You're gonna have to fight for him. It ain't no, oh, I'm doing him a favor by just showing up to the date and returning texts. You're gonna have to do something strange, hang from the ceiling, bake him a cake. You really gonna have to go hard for him, compete for him like he a top 1%er.
Interested in you, and that's why you have all these stipulations.
And let's be clear, and LD just said it. She said, well, single life for me. Exactly. Because, and I'm not knocking LD, but I'm just saying, yeah, women would rather be single than not get a top 5%er. Let's go back one more time real quick, because I want to break this down. Women would rather be single than not get this guy. Let's just stick with 50. Let's stick with a 50-year-old woman. Let's just go with 40 and up. Women 40 and up would rather pass away alone than not get the guy I'm about to create. So from 40 to 65, let's just go for it. They really don't want to go up to 65. That's officially senior citizen. So they're really looking for a guy who's 40 to 60, not married. Let's just go any race. Let's be real. All women would prefer a dude who at least 6 feet. At least 5, above at like 5'11", 5'10". Let's go 5'11". Help them out a little bit, but they don't want obese. They at least want to make it 100K, because that ain't a lot of money. But look, most women single over 40 will rather die alone than not get Mr. 0.6, essentially Mr. 0.5. Think about how sick that is. Most women who are single over 40 would rather die alone than get a guy who's in the bottom 99.5% of men. Think about that for a second. If you're not, most women feel like if you're not a Mr. 0.5, men aren't worth being with. The only men worth being with over 40 is Mr. 0.5. Let that simmer on your brain for a second. Let's talk about how ridiculous that is for a minute. And obviously, this isn't about LD. She's married. But let's go back for a second. Because really, women over 30. So let's go, really, it's 30 to 60. Exclude married, any race. They really, let's be real. They want 6 feet. They want 100K. They don't want them fat. Yeah, Mr. 0.5. So pretty much all women, well, I'm not going to say all women. Most women single over 30 would rather die alone than get a man who's in the bottom 95.5%. But here's the kicker. Women who are single over 30 are usually dog shit 99.5% of the time. So the most dog shit women on the dating market feel like they settling for anything in the bottom 95.5. The women who are in the bottom 0.5 feel like they will be settling for anything less than somebody in the top 0.5. Let that marinate on your brain.
Right.
Okay, LD figured it out. LD just said, but let's be honest. Most men aren't going to want a 50-year-old woman with kids. So is Mr. 0.5 even going to want to be single or married? He's going to want to be single. Mr. 0.5 has no incentive. And I talk about this all the time, LD, but I'll say it again because I think you're new. Or I don't know if you answered that question. How many times have you seen my stream? Is this the first stream you're ever seeing of me? Can you answer that? But yeah, I'll pull up the man standards. What's the male delusion? I got a male one too. I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna play another video and get something to eat, and then I'll be right back. But yeah, they got a male one too. But let me play this, and then I'll be right back.
Are you not looking for love? Have you given up? What's your story? Let me hear.
Eating after divorce, you're thinking, yes, I've still got it. I'm going to make this right. I'm going to find myself a mature man. Ugh. 5 horribly brutal truths that no one prepared me for. The amount of men with STDs, despite the fact that many have been in monogamous marriages for decades, is 1 in 5. And men that are divorced, they don't want to use protection because they weren't using protection in their marriage. The use of condoms plummets with age, which means your chance of an STD and your chance of a later in life unwanted pregnancy is through the roof. And even a conversation around birth control, it's not going to go well. Men at this stage love watching popcorn. No one's monitoring their phone use. They're not worried about their wives walking in on them anymore because they're single. So you're competing with that. And that's all I'm going to say on that one. Addictions fill the loneliness gap. So many men at this age and stage have addictions. Whether it's weed, gambling, drinking, fitness, they're obsessed because they've used these things as a way to cope with their post-divorce loneliness because they don't know how to have real relationships. Even the high-functioning addict looks put together, but just watch how they're coping with stress. Because if every problem is numbed with one of these things, just run. Emotional availability is just not present. You would think, having gone through a divorce, that they would be doing the work on themselves, but most men have not healed. They're not doing it. They're just rebounding into other relationships. They do everything they can to avoid facing themselves and doing the work. Just ask them about their last relationship. It's going to tell you everything you need to know. And the dating pool, the pool that you actually want to get into, the one that is vacuumed and clean and clear, is so itsy bitsy, teensy weensy, you're going to feel like there's no one out there in the whole world, even though everyone around you is divorced and available. If you feel like the pool is just the size of a shot glass, that's good because that means your standards are high. Do not lower them ever. It's so important that you're aware because I was not, and you need to know the landscape. I really wouldn't recommend doing it at all.
Okay, so here's my TED Talk on why I think we should be allowed to date while we're going through a fucking divorce. Hi, for those of you who don't know me, my name's Liv. I'm a parallel parenting coach and someone who has lived through this bullshit just like you. And I'm here to share my tips, tricks, and also my experiences, so maybe you don't have to make some of the mistakes that I did. So here's why I'm super grateful that I started dating when I did. And I will say, I did start the healing journey about a year before I actually started the divorce process. Like, I started doing therapy, figuring out who I was, why my marriage wasn't working, and kind of had mentally checked out, was trying to push towards divorce. So I will say I did do a lot of work prior to the actual divorce starting. But once I did, that divorce process was a year and a fucking half. And honest to God, it's still not fucking over because I just am driving back from signing away most of my fucking profit that I should have gotten. Neither here nor there. If I had not started dating the day that my ex and I decided to get a divorce, by the way, we both started dating on the same day, I would not have met my current partner. I would not be in this amazing relationship that I have now that is wonderful and loving and supportive. But more importantly, I would not be in the mental space to fucking go out and date. I have been mentally and emotionally fucking ravaged by this divorce. Right now, all I can do is really think about my kids and how the fuck I'm going to fucking make ends meet. You think I would be out there dating right now? Fuck no. I started dating when we were still living in the same fucking house. So at least I had a little bit of bandwidth to think that the mortgage was going to actually get paid, to go out and be able to have the free mental space to date. And yes, did both my current partner and I have some growing pains that we kind of learned through together? Yes, we did. Do I think that this is the path that absolutely everybody should take? No, I do not. This is something that's very personal to me. But if anyone out there is getting shit because they're dating while getting divorced or whatever, whenever you fucking choose to date is when you fucking choose to date. Don't let people tell you what's right and what's fucking wrong. You know yourself. If you want to go out there and just get get a fucking fuck buddy because you've been married for a really long time and it's fucking terrible, you fucking go for it. If you want to wait and you want to do some internal healing and you feel like you're not ready, cool. You're not ready. You don't have to. Don't let anybody tell you when you're ready.
When do you jump back into the dating world after divorce? This is one of
Okay, I'm back. I'm back. So, okay, did LD say how long she's been watching the channel, or if this is her first stream? Mm. This is LD's first stream. Interesting. So let's go. Let's see. All right. Let's go to what men want. See if if we're delusional.
Apple eggs. I just wanted to go apple egg on there.
Okay, let's find what the ideal woman is for men. We would probably want a woman with some type of job, at least 20K, Burger King at least. Um, let's see. Oh, yeah, we're looking for we looking for Miss 5.9. That's what men are looking for. Let's widen it a bit. Let's go 29. Ooh, 29 is Let's go. Let's just go 20. We'll go 29. Fuck it. This is any height. We looking like now. Yeah. Mrs. 5%. This is the woman that essentially 100% of men are looking for. Now, some men said 50K minimum. Okay. No Burger King girls? Okay. 50K? We lowered it to 3.68. Now let's go back. Most men just want a chick with a job. Let's just say 30K. And then let's widen it. 18 to 35 max. Like even 60-year-old men aren't setting their dating app range over 35. So let's do 18 to 35, no mothers, no not married, any race, 4'11" to 5'9", at least 30K. Yeah, Mrs. 3.32. This is the most desirable woman on the dating market.
For them. And hey, look, I'm not saying you shouldn't have a standard. I have a standard. I am 58 years old and I have a standard for the men that I date. Okay? I believe every person on earth, man, woman, or child, should have a standard. Right? Now, we need to determine if the standard is realistic, if it could actually happen, if it's actually possible for you, Yes, we do need to determine that.
Okay, my question is, Anita, have you determined if your standards are realistic? Because we just already figured out that it's Mr. 1.7. So yeah, men. Okay, so LD just said so men got to lower their standards too. Um, yeah. I mean, based on the statistics, only 3.3% of men can technically marry these women. Well, let's play with this a little more. As far as if I was going to tell men to lower their standards, which I wouldn't, and let's be real, when it comes to, let's see if I still got this list. Because let's be real, if you a real man, you really got standards, you're going to add these to your standards too. So we're really talking about miss 0.0003%. So let me run these down real quick too, because this was specifically for black women, but a lot of it probably apply to all women. Comes from a 2-parent household, doesn't listen to ratchet music, doesn't have ratchet friends, refuses to have kids out of wedlock, no piercings or tattoos, articulate, doesn't anger easily, doesn't dress provocatively, respectful, homebody type, responsible, punctual, shows clear disdain for nigga culture or just really any degenerate culture, under 3 body count, isn't on social media chasing clout. The main women in her life have been coupled for years. Stone cold square, cares nothing about being cool, clearly not about just money and lifestyle, could be willing to live a modest lifestyle and cut coupons if it means having an intact family, values family above career and social life, looking for stability, not happiness. Okay. So yeah, by the time she meet all that, we talking about miss 0.3%. Now, an Aaliyah type woman. Okay, let's look at an Aaliyah type woman. 18 to 25. She's not married, no kids. Let's just say any race, that height. Oh, is this the guy one? Yeah. So let's pull up an Aaliyah type woman again. Aaliyah type woman don't got to make any money. Let's be real. If you look like Aaliyah and you 20, you don't got to make no money. If a 20-year-old Aaliyah tried to get with me when I was 20, I would have worked 4 jobs to make sure she ain't had to work. Let's be real. Back in those days, I would have. And let's be real, most men would. So if for an Aaliyah type woman, let's even go younger, 18 to 23. For an Aaliyah type woman, how did that number go up? Wait, hold on, because I said she didn't have to make no money. But yeah, that's about right. So what can the top 20% of women on the dating market get? I'll show you, LD. Let's see what this type of woman can get on the dating market. Honestly, if they play their cards right and put themselves in the right room, I don't like that number. Most women aren't pretty because we're talking about a pretty woman. That's not 20% of women. Hold on, let's make that a more realistic because they don't have pretty on here, but let's just put her at 40K. That'll probably let's get it about 7%, 10%. Let's just go top 5% of women. Because Aaliyah, I would consider Aaliyah a top 5% woman on the dating market as far as what men want. So she can get exclude marry any race. She can get 6'4", not obese, who make 300K. I mean, she can get a 6'4" guy to make 500K. 30 to 60, not married, any race. Yeah, Aaliyah can get Mr. 0.0017. Let's be real. Like, let's just say Aaliyah wanted a black man. Black. We ain't even gonna go 6'4". Let's just go 6'2". Exclude obese, who make, let's just say 200K. 200. Let's go 300. Fuck it. Yeah, Aaliyah could get Mr. 0.0015. But let's go back. She wouldn't pick a man that's 60. You're right. So let's go. She would go. She's 18. Let's just go 18 to. She would probably go up to 30. So exclude Mary. Let's just say she wanted black, 6'2", 300K. Yeah, still Mr. She can get Mr. Non-existent. An Aaliyah type woman could get Mr. Non-existent if she play her cards right, get with the right millionaire matchmaker. Yeah. I mean, Aaliyah could have got a millionaire. A tall, handsome millionaire. Play the cards right. Let me break this down real quick. Let's break this down real quick. If I would have presented Aaliyah with Mr. 0.006 at 21, and he said, I just want to marry you. You ain't got to work. You ain't got to be Aaliyah no more. She would have declined it to go back to the streets. Aaliyah would have declined marriage at 21 from Mr. 0.0006, or probably would have cheated on him. But that's a whole nother episode. Let's because she still wouldn't have been satisfied with Mr. 0.6. Let me break this down. I still got that video pulled up. Hold on. Because even Mr. 0.006 could never provide as many dopamine hits that this broader right here, being on this set, all these dudes surrounding her, the camera on her, all this attention on her. Nothing even this man can do could satiate that ego and that desire for dopamine hits. But I ain't gonna go that deep. Let's just get back into it. Hold on, let me take it one step deeper. Y'all know me, I gotta go a little bit deeper with shit. Let's go one step a little deeper with this. This is a 6'2" black man, not obese, making 300K, who handsome. But you got to keep in mind, Aaliyah would have thought this was settling because she's around 6'5" guys who make 30 million, who are handsome and got nice bodies. So Aaliyah would have thought Mr. 0.0006 would have been settling. Because Mr. 0.0006 only make 300K. She was around dudes who made 30 million. Let me not go that deep. Let's go back. And let's go deeper. Let's go deeper. Let's go deeper. Okay, one last time. Because you got to think. Even if she would have met Mr. 30 million, so even if she would have met Mr. 0.00000000006%, she still would have thought that was settling. You know why? She was sucking a legend's dick. So even Mr. Nondescript 30 millionaire who tall and handsome, he ain't R. Kelly though. So she would have thought she was settling for Mr. 30 million too. But I ain't gonna go that deep. Let's get back into it. Isn't the female mind sick? Isn't hypergamy sick? So Aaliyah, essentially, I mean, I wish she was still here, but essentially, Aaliyah would have never been happy in this life. You know why? Because nothing that could have ever happened after 30 would have ever measured up to this again. Every dopamine hit after 30 for the rest of her life, it would have never matched up to this. She would have been spending the rest of her life yearning for these dopamine hits, and nothing would ever measured up to it like your first hit of crack. But anyway.
Because a standard is not a wish list. It's not a unicorn list of things that you, or it's not a, I just want this stuff. To me, a standard is like, okay, I can provide this to that other person and I'd like for them to provide it to me. It's reciprocal. So I think a lot of y'all have a wish list for a man. And I only see younger women doing this. Most women over 35 are not doing no crazy mess like 10 million and you got to spend $100,000 on me. Like, come on. Most 35 and up women know better. Okay. And then I want you to think about what's the percentage of men that fit that bill? What is the percentage of men right now? Now I can't look it up because I'm talking to y'all on my phone, but what is the percentage of men that make $10 million a year and would spend $100,000 of it a month on you? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0.05%. So what is the likelihood that that man wants you? Like, it's literally so far to the right of the outlier. It's like all the way at the end of the outlier spectrum. That man that y'all are talking about, $10 million a year and is willing to spend $100,000 a month on you. What? So I don't know, y'all. I don't know if the young girls are doing this because it's funny or I don't know. I want somebody to drop in the comments and tell me what is happening when young women are having these type of requirements of men to date them. It's the same. Okay, let's go here. It's the same with the young women who say, I need a deposit. I need a Cash App deposit. I need a Zelle deposit. I need a Venmo deposit. So money that you send to the woman for her to secure the date, she need a deposit. I saw one young lady say she need $1,000 deposit for the date.
You are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
As much as I want to shit on the women for asking for $1,000 deposit, I gotta shit on the dude. There's dudes who are doing it. There are dudes who are sending $200, $300, $500 for the deposit for the date. So I can't even be that mad at the dingbat. I gotta be mad at the motherfucker that's giving in to the dingbat demands. We don't negotiate with terrorists. Like, imagine paying a bitch $1,000 to book a date with her. Why you could pay the baddest bitch in the city $1,000 to fuck. So why would I pay $1,000 to sit across from a dingbat and keep up a conversation with an airhead? For $1,000, you can look. You could pay to fuck the hottest 23-year-old at the nearest college for $1,000. $1,000? There's not too many women in the world that you can't fuck for $1,000. Like, never mind, man.
I just don't know, y'all. And look, it's giving mentally unstable. And I'm being kind. I'm gonna choose the kindest words I can. It's giving DSM-5 diagnosis. It's giving delusion. Like, why would you even say that out loud? But do you realize, and I have to talk to my own daughter about this. My daughter is 23. And yes, I have taught my daughter my hypergamous way because she is young, she is fit, she is beautiful, right? She got to work on her personality some more. And she need to work on being less grandiose and egotistical and selfish. So if she can work on that, man, she could have.
But just roasted you on internet. Your own mama just roasted you on the internet.
You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious?
Out of pocket for that shit.
Way out of pocket. What do you gain from that?
Say that one more time.
Okay, let's go here. It's the same with the young women who say, I need a deposit. I need a date. I just don't know, y'all. And look, it's giving mentally unstable. And I'm being kind. I'm gonna choose the kindest words I can. It's giving DSM-5 diagnosis. It's giving delusion. Like, why would you even say that out loud? But do you realize, and I have to talk to my own daughter about this. My daughter is 23. And yes, I have taught my daughter my hypergamous way because she is young, she is fit, she is beautiful, right? She got to work on her personality some more. And she need to work on being less grandiose and egotistical and selfish. So if she can work on that, man, she could have any man she wanted. But because she is young, because
Let's talk about it. Stuck up and grandiose, and she got to work on her personality. So, AKA, she's a cunt. When your mom's on the internet talking about she got to work on her personality and stop being so egotistical, her daughter's a stone cold bitch and a cunt. Where did she get it from? She got it from her mom. Oh yeah, for sure, LD. She says, see, but one other thing Anita might have to worry about is if she was in a relationship, he might try to hit on her daughter. Facts. Facts. Mr. 1.7 is definitely possibly, yeah, hit on the 23-year-old daughter. Look, so her daughter's a cunt, and I've already heard that her daughter's on the bad boy train, and most women never get off it. She's ruined. Her daughter's probably ruined, unfortunately. I hope not. But she already talked about her daughter, how her daughter is fucking with bad boys. It's probably already a wrap. Most of these young girls are ruined before college age. Her daughter probably been fucking on bad boys since 14. If she's young and beautiful and fit and this and that, she's been fucking bad boys since 14. She's a young Aaliyah. Anita basically just described a young Anita. She said something about she can have any guy she wants, but they say that's the problem. The problem is she's getting every guy she wants. She getting dick from every guy she wants. She can't get commitment and some act right from the guy she wants. See, being young and hot just mean you can get dick from any guy you want. Don't mean you can get commitment from any guy you want. And that's what counts, Anita. T. Orlando, you a fool. T. Orlando says that's an issue I've had. I meet these 40-year-old B-dubs and I prefer their daughters. Facts. Yeah, Anita doesn't realize she's in competition on the dating market with her daughter. Here's the thing, that 55-year-old man with his shit together, he can build a whole new life with your daughter. He can't build a whole new life with you. You're not even fertile no more. But you probably don't want your daughter either, because by your own words, she's kind of a cunt. Your mom calling you a cunt, like, in so many words.
At your age, you're basically unmatchable. Like, forget about it. No guy's gonna go for you.
It's my message for Anita.
You gotta know when to say when, bitch. Our coochie cutter days are over.
Forever 21 was a lie. Say damn. Stop playing with yourself.
And she need to work on being less grandiose and egotistical and selfish. So if she can work on that, man, she could have any man she wanted. But because she is young, because she is in her prime, yes, I have taught her my hypergamous ways, which is she should choose a man who is older than her. And I don't mean by 20 years. I mean by 3 to 5 years. So 3 to 5 years older. She should choose a man.
Yeah, of course you don't mean 20 years, 25 years, because shit, you want that man. Yeah, you want that man, Nita. That's why you don't want to be 20 years older. Because let's be real. Well, I'll let her cook. I somewhat agree with what she was saying here. I pretty much agree with what she was saying here.
Grandiose and egotistical and selfish. So if she can work on that, man, she could have any man she wanted. But because she is young, because she is in her prime, yes, I have taught her my hypergamous ways, which is she should choose a man who is older than her. And I don't mean by 20 years. I mean by 3 to 5 years. So 3 to 5 years older. She should choose a man who's already chosen his career. He's already in his career. He's already working towards something. She should choose a man that one day, not today, but one day would be willing to be an 100% provider if she is willing to stay at home with their children. That was the lesson I gave to my daughter. That when you have your children, I want you to have the option to stay at home. Part-time, full-time. Do not choose someone that is not an option at all. That you must work full-time in order for y'all to live and eat and do all the normal things. I even instructed that. Do not choose someone that you at least don't have the option to be with your babies. Okay? And he should be headed down that road. He may not be on that road now, but he should be getting there. My own ex-husband was not on that road when he was not there. He was on the road, but he was not there when we met. But he got there. He got there relatively quickly because I was willing to work within every salary range that he was in. So I was with my ex-husband in his 0 to 20,000 salary range. Then he went from 20,000 to 50,000 salary range. Then he went from 50,000 to 75,000 salary range. Then he went from 75,000 to 100. I was with him in all of those ranges. Okay. So when he had nothing to when he had something to now we're talking millions. Okay. So work with him. You're going to have to work with him if you're young. If neither one of you have a lot of work experience, if you don't own a business, you're going to have to work with the man. To me, that's a given. The fact that these women are 21 and 23 and 25 and you want to walk into a man making $10 million a year, again, that is 0.05%.
Okay. Let's talk. This 100% providership, women need to get this shit out of their head. I mean, ideally, okay. Put it like this. Just start using my younger female cousin. I got a young female cousin. Would I want her to find a husband at 22 who could be 100% provider and take care of her for a lifetime while she raised the kids and take care of the home? Yeah, ideally. I would want that. But realistically, the main thing I would want for her is to be with a good man. I don't give a fuck if you make 30K, 40K, they'll figure it out. The point that I'm trying to make is likely the man she picks, the racehorse that she picks, so to speak, likely he's never going to make 6 figures. I mean, let me just Google this real quick. Most men are never going to make 6 figures even by the time they hit 65. What percentage of men will make 6 figures at some point in their life? It says approximately 16 to 25% of male workers in the U.S. earn at least 100K annually, with men comprising nearly 70 to 20, with men comprising nearly 70 to 72% of all 6-figure earners. While specific lifetime likelihood data is scarcer, roughly 28% of Americans with a 4-year degree achieve this milestone, suggesting that education is a major factor in reaching this income level. So look, it's safe to say at least 70% of men will never make 100K. Even when they're 80 or 70, whatever, they'll never make 100K their whole life. So chances are, and I'm sure the ones who do make 100K, they don't start making that till 40, 45, 50, 55. Matter of fact, let's see. Because I want to break this down real quick. This is going to be quick. What age is the average man when he makes 100K? Probably worded that wrong. Let's just say, based on data regarding U.S. income levels, the average man typically hits 100K annual income in his mid to late 30s to early 40s. So let's just say that. Let's just say mid to late 30s. Mid to late 30s. In my opinion, women should find their life partner early, in my opinion. I'm not saying they should get married early because the studies show that women who get married closer to 30, the marriages actually last longer. But now that's not to say she wasn't with him since 22 or, but they didn't actually get married till closer to 30, 27, 28. Well, no, it shows that women who get married 25 and older have better, outcomes. Either way, the point I'm going to make with this is at the point when women supposed to be pair bonding for life with a man, those men aren't going to be making good money. So if young ladies, and see, I want young women to find their life partner in high school. Because I don't want young women to have sex with more than one man. You shouldn't have sex with more than one man. Technically, men shouldn't have sex with more than one woman if everything went perfectly. Anyway, the point I'm making is women need to get this 100% provider shit out of their head. If that happens, cool. If you luck up that way, but I would teach my nieces and cousins or whatever, look, find you a good man and expect that you're going to have to work for the rest of your life. Expect to work a job for the rest of your life. That's what I would tell every woman in America. Regardless of just your expectation should be you're working till retirement. And if anything come along better than that, you lucked up. They need to get this 100% provider shit out of their head. And y'all know what I say. After 30, a woman should take provider completely out of her fucking vocabulary. After 30. You've aged out of 100% provider after 30 for sure.
If neither one of you have a lot of work experience, if you don't own a business, you're going to have to work with the man. To me, that's a given. The fact that these women are 21 and 23 and 25, and you want to walk into a man making $10 million a year, again, that is 0.05%. So most of y'all will never experience that. 99.5% of y'all will never be with a man making $10 million. You understand? So I don't know if you just like the way it sounds coming out your mouth. That's what I'm beginning to think it is. That just saying it makes you feel like somebody. Like, I really do. I don't think y'all believe it.
Bingo.
This is just some nigga talking shit. This is just some nigga talking shit. And everybody's caught up in all that shit. Y'all just don't want to believe the truth. You don't want to believe it.
His publicist helped calm him down.
This is just some nigga talking shit. This is just some nigga talking shit. And everybody's caught up in all that shit.
0.05%. So most of y'all will never experience that. 99.5% of y'all will never be with a man making $10 million. You understand? So I don't know if you just like the way it sounds coming out your mouth. That's what I'm beginning to think it is. That just saying it makes you feel like somebody. Like, I really do. I don't think y'all believe it. I really don't. Can I be honest? I don't even think y'all believe it. But to say it and to say it with your chest on line, I think it make you feel good. I really do. Because I don't want to believe that most of these young women are mentally ill or delusional or, you know, have some sort of mental breakdown. Like, I don't want to believe that. But I think you like the way it sounds. It feels empowering. Something about it just feels good, right? But I really do. I don't believe that y'all think that's possible because it's not. Like, it's not possible for most of y'all. Okay? Evolving_Lulu74 says, and they don't personally know anyone who has met a man like that. They don't. But I want to save face for y'all because I want to believe that y'all are not that delusional and sick in the head and mentally ill. So are we just going to chalk it up to, you know, just saying it makes you feel good. Just saying that and asking for the deposit and, you know, and saying, I need you to give me $20 for me to give you my number and all this other dumb stuff. Now, don't get me wrong. There are some men out here, and we need to talk about them. There are some men out here that are feeding these delusions. And to me, they're just as guilty as the women. Y'all need to be with each other because y'all are doing dumb stuff for women that aren't doing anything for you, that aren't, you know, sweet and kind and beautiful and reciprocal, but y'all keep doing dumb stuff. You keep feeding their ego. You keep gassing them up. You keep following them on Instagram and gassing them up. And y'all are adding to the problem. Like, come on, work on yourself. Become a man of quality and value so you don't have to do that. And nobody is saying that, you know, if you come across a pretty woman, you know, that you're interested in, and nobody's saying you can't say, wow, you're a beautiful woman. You know?
Never say that. Oh, y'all want to hear something funny? I mean, it ain't that funny, but I came up with like 20 live stream titles today to use for the future. So God was sending me a lot of messages today. I don't know if that was you, God, but excuse me if I'm misspeaking. But yeah, I had 20 ideas. I literally wrote down like 20 or more live stream title ideas. Maybe I should just read them off to y'all. These should be coming soon. I used one of them today, so I gotta erase that when I get to it. I don't know if it's 20 of them. It's over 10. I know that. These are the live stream titles I came up with today. Okay. I'm gonna run them off. Okay. Women are not worthy of Mr. 0.5. That's one of them. Ladies, disgrace your father privately, not publicly. That's one of them. Y'all tell me which one y'all think is the most fire or the ones you like. Okay. One of them is what is a high value woman? Next one. Women fake nice act is useless in 2026. Women are men's biggest predators. Are women ungrateful by nature? Are black women fit to reproduce with? Oh, I already did that one. Didn't I? Didn't I do that one yesterday or last night? Yeah, I did that one already. Let me erase that one. Women aren't worth getting your ish together for. That's one of them. Are most people rude pieces of shit? That's a random one. Will women be unhappy no matter what path they take? Women should pay all the bills. Another one. Fit, feminine, and friendly has an expiration date. Is another one. I know these some good ones, motherfuckers. I had some inspiration today. The next one is can a woman stay on a man's program for 60 years? Next one, women make men's life harder. Next one, women want the lifestyle, not the man. Next one, pretty women make horrible wives. Next one, women should never pick their own romantic partners. We're almost done. Next one, women treat good men the worst, therefore not worthy of respect. Next one, are women choosing to be mistreated by certain men? I thought about using that one tonight. I might use that one tomorrow. Next one, ladies, pick a nice guy or be forever alone. Next one, ladies, your standards are irrelevant. Let me erase that one because I just used that one tonight. Next one, are women fit to run their own lives? Next one, never give women compliments. That's what made me think of this list, because that's what I was about to go into right now. And the last one is broke men are valuable people too. Anyway, so what did she say? She said, oh, somebody voted for number 2 as the dopest one. Number 2 was, oh, I think number 2 was ladies disgrace your father privately, not publicly. Yeah, I think that's a good one too.
Oh, you look like someone I feel like I should know. But okay.
Oh, real quick. Give them compliments. Yeah, give those sparingly. Give a woman 1 compliment for every 5 she give you. How about that? With a lot of women, you'll never get to that 5, even if you with her for 50 years.
Okay, but don't lay it on thick. Don't feel like you got to lead with your wallet, because again, y'all are part of the problem. You are doing all this stuff in the first 2 months of knowing the woman, and then it's like it has to go up from there. Like, where do you think it's going to go? So you're doing all this stuff that you can't technically maintain. And of course, if it goes down, she's like, well, what's happening? This is how you started. And why is it going down? Like, what's happening? And like, now she's feeling away. So it's like, ease into it, right? Ease into it. That's why I keep telling women, do I think a coffee date is low effort? I really don't. Because to me, you have somewhere to go up. Like coffee date, breakfast, lunch, dinner. Maybe then you go to a fancier dinner. Maybe you do something out of town. Like, at least if you accept, let's meet up and get some steps in. Let's meet up and have ice cream. Let's meet up and have coffee. Let's meet up at the bookstore and just sit and talk. At least you have somewhere to go, and I hope that is up. But y'all are out here, giving $500 dates and bringing 3 dozen roses and all this other, like, bruh, where are you going from there? You have to go up. And a lot of y'all can't even maintain it. Forget going up. You can't even keep doing that very thing that you did in the first month.
But yeah, fuck that going up shit. See, that's why I like the title of Myron's book. I'm not really a big fan of Myron, but he be doing weird shit. Like, yeah, he Hail Hitler signs and playing monkey sounds when he talks about black people. When isn't he fucking African or something? It's clown shit, sucker shit. Straight sucker shit. But anyway, I do like the title of his book, Women Deserve Less. Women deserve less. Because they're naturally entitled, they're naturally ungrateful. And I don't subscribe to that. Oh, you got to keep upping it. You bought her a gold necklace for Christmas, so next year you got to buy her a diamond one, and next year you got to buy her a blimp. Fuck that, trying to outdo yourself every year, man. Fuck all that. Be satisfied with these gift cards every year. That's why I say, yeah, fuck that, man. We ain't doing that, trying to keep do myself every week. Nah, don't set yourself up for that.
So yeah, a woman is going to feel duped. She's going to feel like, okay, you were doing all this before, and now you stopped because, oh, I'm comfortable now. I done got used to now. I want to come over to the house. I want to come over to the house and chill. I want to order a pizza or order Uber Eats and come over to the house and chill. Yeah. So you done went from here down to here. Like, stop doing that. I don't understand that. No, I start off smooth, small, slow. It's a simmer. It's a slow burn. It's a, I don't know you like that. And, don't go going all out, because I certainly ain't going to go all out. Like, I can't meet you there. So a man going all out like that, I mean, what does he want me to do? Because I can't meet you there. I don't know you. I'm quick to tell a man that. And y'all, when I tell you, men act offended when I say, I don't know you.
Well, yeah, that is kind of offensive. I mean, if you're out on a date trying to get to know somebody and I don't know you like that. I mean, I don't know what the circumstances are where she's saying that, but I got a feeling she's saying it in a circumstance that it isn't called for. Oh, I don't know you, bro. It's like, yeah, it's kind of offensive when you're trying to have a romantic date with somebody, Anita. I think I know why you're single.
Oh, when I tell you, men act offended when I say, I don't know you. Y'all, I have had men ask for the most outlandish things, and when my response is, but I don't know you, they lose their ever loving mind. From me just telling them the truth. I don't know you like that. You're still a stranger to me. If I use the word stranger, men lose their mind. It is wild, but we are. So when I tell y'all people don't love the truth, they really don't like the truth like that. They really don't. They want to believe a smooth, sweet lie over the truth. They really do. So I don't think y'all like men like that. I think you like what men do for you. I think you like how men make you feel. I think that having a man is a flex. And then look, that little article that came out some months back that said women are embarrassed to have boyfriends and all that dumb stuff. No, I don't necessarily. I think that's in the liberal community. I think that's the liberal white women community. They feel that way. But the rest of y'all, no. I think y'all love the fact that, yeah, I got a man and he did this and he did that and we going here and we doing this. No, I think it's actually a flex for a lot of y'all. But you just don't like men like that. And I'm not saying you should be with a bum. Right? I've met a lot of great guys, especially when I was younger. There was one guy in particular that I just thought was the bee's knees. He was an artist. And I mean, he was just a beautiful man. He was just a beautiful Puerto Rican man. And he was a bum. Like he was, he was a starving artist.
Why you gotta be a bum though? Why you gotta be a bum though? That's kind of harsh language for a man you're describing as a beautiful man. I mean, I'm assuming you're meaning physical. But you kind of made it sound like he was a good person. But you're referring to him as a bum. Like, why is he a bum? Just cause, like, I don't know. I get it, man. Men are judged on their success. I don't judge people on their success. Like, look, if you're a starving artist, cool, man. You could be the best person I ever fucking met. I don't give a fuck how much you make a year. Women damn sure do, though. Women don't give a fuck if you're a wonderful human being on the inside. If you ain't making a certain amount of money, you're a bum.
Are you fucking serious, ho? like his.
And I mean, he was just a beautiful man. He was just a beautiful Puerto Rican man. And he was a bum. Like he was, he was a starving artist. He was a bum. And clearly I did not choose him to be my husband because I was like, yeah, what kind of life would we have? Like I was straight up with him. What kind of life would we have together? It would be a life of struggle. It would be a life of,
How would it be a life of struggle, Miss Six-Figure Therapist? Why can't you get on your fucking grind and make sure you guys have a good life? Because y'all don't have character like that. You women don't have character like that. Some women do. Some women do. Some women pay all the bills. And the husband is stay-at-home dad. They exist. But if you have such great character and you love that man so much, let me say this. I don't know if I've ever said this on the stream. And this goes for every gender. And I'm not saying this should be the expectation or standard or whatever. People are willing to pay for people they love. It's a little different in romance in the sense that, how can I put this? Because obviously the circumstances, it depends on the circumstances. But let me put this, let me put it like this. People pay for people they love. People would be willing to pay for people they love. So I don't really have any friends like that. And maybe y'all could tell me, like, if you have, like, any of you guys could tell me if you have any guy friends like this. Let me ask the bros this. If you had a best friend, I'm talking about best friend, y'all went to war together, he took a bullet for you, this is your fucking guy. This is your fucking guy. It's been your guy for 20, 30 years. Y'all done been through everything. He done been through thick and thin with you, been there for you through it all. Your fucking guy. If your best male friend, your best guy friend, he had some tragic accident, right? And he couldn't work again. For some reason, his legs are broke, his arm is broke. Yeah, he had a stroke, he can't move no more. If you had the money, like if you could comfortably financially take care of your best friend because he had a stroke, Let's just say you make $500K a year. Let's say you got 10 million put up, and you living off the interest of the 10 million. So you got 500,000 coming every year, living off the interest of the 10 million you got put up. Wouldn't you wouldn't you take care of your male best friend that can't work anymore if you had the money to do it? Because women will take care of their girl best friend if she had a stroke and the girl had the money to take care of her girl best friend for the rest of her life. If she had the money to do it, with ease and could afford it, women would take care of their bestie like that if their bestie couldn't work anymore for some reason. The point that I'm trying to make is people would be willing to pay for people they love. People pay for things they love. I mean, some people say that you want to know what somebody loves, see what they spend their money on. So I'm gonna make a statement. Well, let's start here. What kind of person wouldn't work hard to make sure that the love of their life is straight? Like think about it. Like I mean, because I'm talking about so-called love here. Or if you wouldn't do it for a best friend, would you do it for your grandmother? If your grandmother had a stroke and she couldn't work and you had the money to make sure she was financially straight for the rest of her life, you wouldn't make sure your grandmother is straight? Or even if y'all did have a partner, a wife, a girlfriend that you love, this is the love of your life. If anybody in this chat still have the ability to love a woman in a romantic way. I mean, yeah, we already know men would do it. Yes, if men had the money, they would pay for the love of their life if they had to. So the ultimate point that I'm trying to make is what we already know, most women don't genuinely really love the men they're with. The ultimate point I'm trying to make is when somebody truly loves you, the least they'll do is pay for you. Some say if you really love somebody, you would die for them. So you damn sure will pay for somebody you really love if you would die for them, right? Right? So to me, it's fucking bullshit that women have this thing of the man has to pay for our lifestyle. It's bullshit, man. I'm gonna tell you right now, when a bitch really into you, she'll pay all the bills for you. Like y'all see what I'm saying? Like, and like I said, there's some women who would do it, but fuck all that shit. Like, if you really love me, bitch, me making 30K for the rest of my life shouldn't stop you from wanting to be with me. You see what I'm saying? You just don't really fuck with me like that. If we dated for 2 years and you broke up with me talking about, well, I mean, what kind of life will we have? You a struggling artist. What kind of life will we have? Well, you don't love me. You're thinking about a lifestyle. You're thinking about securing a lifestyle. And like T. Orlando says, when a woman fucks with you, she will spend her last dollar. Yeah, women spend money on men they really fuck with. A woman is not gonna leave a man she's truly head over heels in love with. And most women will never most women are never gonna feel this way about 99% of men. But anyway, the point I'm making is if you're one of those 1% men, and being one of those 1% men don't necessarily mean that you're a top 10% man. There's women who've been genuinely in love with the skateboarder guy or whatever. But the point I'm trying to make is if a woman really fuck with you and really love you, she's not gonna leave you because you have a lack of ability to provide a certain secure lifestyle financially. This is the point I'm making. Somebody's not going to leave the love of their life over money. Because we always hear about, marriages end over money. That's the number one reason that marriages end. If you leave the love of your life over money, they weren't the love of your life. You didn't really love them. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Like, I'm not leaving the love of my. I mean, I'm a guy. I get it. We're the ones who truly love. But, bruh, man, think. Let me just use this example real quick. Prostitutes risk their life to get into different cars every night and come back and give the money to the pimp. So if a bitch will literally risk her life every night to get in the car with different Johns and then come back to give the money to the pimp, you telling me a bitch won't work two regular jobs to be with the love of her life? Get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. So Anita she just didn't love him. She wasn't that into him. Appreciate it, T Orlando. T Orlando just hit the Cash App. Thank you, sir. Anyway, yeah, everybody hit up my Cash App, hit up my PayPal. This is a legendary stream. T Orlando's is right. This is a legendary random Wednesday night stream. I'm gonna say it one last time before we continue. If a woman genuinely loves you, the least she will do is work 2 and 3 jobs to make sure y'all straight. That's the least she'll do for the man she truly loves. These bitches be transporting bricks and shit for the men they love. They do all type of shit. The least she'll do is work 2 jobs to pay the bills so she could be with you. I'll never forget that shit. So if a woman talking about I can't be with you unless you can provide me security and she don't like you like that.
Me, I don't know if I will be supporting him, and y'all know that ain't gonna happen. But it will be a life of struggle. And I made an executive decision in that moment. Not a feeling, not a feeling, not an emotion, not from my heart. My head overrode that decision. Straight up with him. What he was, he was a starving artist. He was a bum. And clearly I did not choose him to be my husband. Because I was like, yeah, what kind of life would we have? Like, I was straight up with him. What kind of life would we have together? It would be a life of struggle. It would be a life of, me, I don't know if I will be supporting him, and y'all know that ain't gonna happen. But it would be a life of struggle.
You hear that? Y'all know that ain't gonna happen. Me supporting him, that ain't gonna happen. I don't even want to go in it. Let's just continue.
And I made an executive decision in that moment. Not a feeling, not an emotion, not from my heart. My head overrode that decision. Okay, y'all, I don't know what's going on with my service. Evolving underscore Lulu74 says they're embarrassed to claim a boyfriend because they believe sooner or later he'll embarrass him with cheating and making babies all over the place. Maybe that's why, but yeah. But no, my head stepped in and was like, not him. Don't pick him. And that's what a lot of y'all need to do. You need to use your head and your heart. But I don't think y'all like men like that. I think that, you like how they make you feel. You like what they do for you. You like the fact that they gas you up. And, you love their validation. That's why you post the thirst traps. But do you like him? Like, do you genuinely know him and like him? Do you like his energy? Do you feel safe around him? Do you feel like you learn something when you're with him? Do you feel protected and safe and secure? Do you feel liked back? Like, do you feel like this man genuinely likes you? Like, those are the things I look for. And then, of course, I am going to, figure out what his finances look like and how he spends his money and how he saves his money and how he invests his money and, and how stable he is. But I got to genuinely dig him. Like, I got to like him. It's not enough for me to just slap a number. That's why whenever Kendra G says, does he have to make a certain amount of money? My answer is no. No, because number one, I'm not a little kid. I'm not entering a cornerstone marriage anymore. Any marriage I enter into will be a capstone marriage, which means we've already lived a life. We've already created, our whole life and we have homes and cars and education and businesses and everything else. So, I mean, we could still probably build something together, but at this age, we probably already built something.
Now that's intelligent. Like I said, Anita does have some type of sense. That's why I respect her more than most of the women I go over. She's right. All the women on Kendra G should say no when it comes to the money question, because especially over 40, at 40, 45, you should already have something somewhat built for yourself. We're not building a life together. We're not having kids, so it should just be about companionship. So yeah, it shouldn't be about money at 45, 50, 55. So I like what she just said. We're not having kids. We ain't buying houses and cars. We already got all that by now. At 58, I would hope. Or even at 40, 45, you should pretty much have that. Well, keep in mind that she said that. I want y'all to keep that in mind.
So yeah, it's not as important to me. And then I'm not of childbearing age, so I'm not having any kids. It's just a different game, just a totally different game. But even if you're a young woman, like I said, I want you to understand how that sounds to a man, right? And that's to me. Here's the other thing I don't like about the new femininity game. If I'm being honest, y'all run your mouth too much. Like y'all run your mouth too much. You give all of the hypergamous game away. You run your mouth too much. And you don't let your presence, you don't let your essence, your demure, mysterious, essence, that is what determines like what it is, what you're going to get, what's going to happen. Y'all run your mouth too much. Y'all run your mouth too much. That's how you know it's not real. It's just something y'all are saying. Truly hypergamous women, they don't lead with, you got to make this much money and you got to give this much of it to me and you got to drive this car and you got to have, no, we don't do that. We assess a man on the back end, like we assess a man, like it's not front facing. It's not in his face. We go behind the closed door. That's where all the assessment happens. And 9 times out of 10, most men don't even know what's happening.
I mean, she's right about that. Women these days talk too much. They're giving out they're not giving out game. They're exposing their true nature on the internet and turning men off. That's what the fuck they're doing, talking on the internet with their nonstop talking on the internet. They're exposing themselves of being horrible people. That's what they're doing, talking too much on the internet. So, Steve Harvey's wife. Steve Harvey claims that when he got with his wife, which he doubled back, she didn't like him back in the day. But anyway, they got back in contact. But he claims that when they got back in contact, he was kind of broke. This was after Kings of Comedy, I believe. But he says he went broke after Kings of Comedy. Let me make sure I'm getting this story right. Steve Harvey first get with his wife after Kings of Comedy. Yeah, the reunion. They did not get back together until 2005, 5 years after the original King of Comedy. And they married in 2007. So, okay, in 2005, let's see. So he claims this was from an interview. He claimed that he kind of went broke after Kings of Comedy by the time, 2025 came. So his claim is Marjorie wasn't gold digging me because I wasn't really up like that when we got back together. But it's like, nigga, you still Steve Harvey. This was after Kings of Comedy. This is after the Steve Harvey show. I mean, it still was a great bet for her. I mean, Steve Harvey was probably never gonna be broke after the Kings of Comedy and after. Let's be real. Let's be fucking real, Steve. And I don't even know why I thought to bring this up. I'm sure something she said reminded me of this. What did she just say? I'm gonna finish this thought, but what did she just say that made me think of Steve Harvey?
No, we don't do that. We assess a man on the back end, like.
Well, yeah, assessing the man to see if he's fit to be a husband. So, because I know the thought that popped up in my head. I thought to myself, because I was thinking to myself, if a woman won't essentially, if a woman wouldn't stay with you if you went broke, she never really loved you. So that's what I was thinking in my head, and I thought, if Steve Harvey went broke, do Steve Harvey really believe that Marjorie would stay with him for the rest of their lives? If Steve Harvey went completely broke and had to go work at Burger King, would Marjorie stay for the rest of their lives? So anyway, but the point I was making. Let's see. Steve Harvey. He had the Steve Harvey show. He had other stuff, I'm sure. He had the Kings of Comedy. Even with just having the Steve Harvey show, let's see how long the Steve Harvey show was on. How many years was the Steve Harvey show on?
The Steve Harvey Show ran for 6 seasons, which is from 1996 to 2002. It aired a total of 122 episodes.
How popular was the Steve Harvey show?
The Steve Harvey Show, which aired from 1996 to African American audience, drawing over 9 out of 10 viewers. It peaked in season 3 with 4.1 million viewers, making it a WB network staple.
So let's be real. With the Steve Harvey show alone with 6 seasons and it was getting millions of views. I know the Kings of Comedy got millions of sales and views. Steve Harvey was never gonna make less than 300,000 a year. Just doing stand up in the Chitlin circuit of stand up. Steve Harvey was never gonna be a broke nigga after 2005. Or after what I think Kings of Comedy came out in 2000. Steve Harvey, it would have been real hard work for Steve Harvey to be a broke nigga after 6 seasons of the Steve Harvey show and Kings of Comedy. There are comics that you've never heard of that make 300,000 a year just going through the Chitlin circuit on the comedy scene. So let's be real. Steve Harvey was never going to make less than 500,000 a year for the rest of his life. Just doing fucking appearances at fucking high schools, he probably could have made $300,000 a year. So let's just say when he got back with Marjorie in 2005, let's just say he was down bad. But keep in mind, down bad for Steve Harvey in 2005 was, oh, I'm down to 2 million. Oh fuck, I'm down bad. I only got 2 million in the account. Like, so I just call cap, Steve. I call cap. And even if you were broke, like even if you did just have 30, even if in 2005 when you got back with Margie, you had 30,000, even if you had $30 in the bank account, you was still of a hell of a bet, nigga. You was a hell of a bet. So let's stop it, Steve. That she just got with you when you was a bum and you ain't had no prospects and you was just working at Burger King still, and like stop it, man. I know Steve Harvey would fight me about Marjorie. That's his wife. I can't say he wrong for fighting me about his wife. Well, that's a whole nother episode. But I don't know. I'll leave Steve Harvey alone. But I don't think his wife would stay with him if he went broke.
But y'all run y'all mouth too much. Y'all run y'all mouth too much. That's how you know it's not real. It's just something y'all are saying. Truly hypergamous women, they don't lead with, you got to make this much money and you got to give this much of it to me and you got to drive this car and you got to have, no, we don't do that. We assess a man on the back end. Like we assess a man, like it's not front facing. It's not in his face. We go behind the closed door. That's where all the assessment happens. And 9 times out of 10, most men don't even know what's happening. Most men, when I assess them financially, they don't even know what's happened. If I have to reject a man for some financial blip, he doesn't even know why. He doesn't even fully understand what happened. There's something in his finances didn't add up. Something in the way he spends and manages his money didn't add up. Something in his lifestyle just didn't add up. And
she talking about checking a nigga bank account. How are you gonna check a nigga you dating bank account? And she was just doing a complete financial assessment. Yeah, this is trash. This is trash. See, it's all about money. But she just got through saying it don't really matter how much money you make because we 58 and it's about friendship and companionship. But what now you checking niggas' bank accounts? Which one is it, Anita? I'm starting to lose respect for her in this stream. Which one is it, Anita? Or maybe she talking about her younger days. I don't know.
So I very politely reject him. Oh, I don't think we're a good fit for one another. And he is none the wiser. He is none the wiser. But y'all meet men and talk on the phone. Yeah, you got to make this much money. I got to have this type of date. These are the places I won't go. And I got to have this and I got to have that. Y'all talk too much. Y'all give away the game. And now that men, this is what men are saying, ladies. I have to tell y'all the truth. This is what men are saying. Like, y'all leading with money and finances and how much men got to make and all of that. They don't want to deal with y'all. They don't want to deal with y'all anymore. They're good because y'all talk too much. You talk too much. You done gave away the game. Begging before the date, begging on the date. Like, nothing about what y'all are doing is subtle at all. And thank God, men have finally been like, oh, wow, yuck. Like, this is awful. Yucky. This is horrible. This is a horrible, horrible experience. They're finally waking up. Like, nah, I'm good. Okay, Big Vino Comedy says, do you think that is unfair? Because maybe there are particulars about his finances that you don't see. Okay, Big Vino Comedy, I find out what I need to know. And trust me when I tell you, I have ways of finding out a lot.
What the hell does that mean, Anita? What the hell does that mean, Anita? You have a way of finding out a lot about what a man finances is? How, ma'am? Some secret what double agent shit? How you gonna find out what a man finances? Whatever. Let's continue. That was creepy, Anita. That was creepier than the earlier segment of this live stream.
Okay, Big Vino Comedy says, do you think that is unfair? Because maybe there are particulars about his finances that you don't see. Okay, Big Vino Comedy, I find out what I need to know. And trust me when I tell you, I have ways of finding out a lot. A lot. So unless, he is very well versed in hiding, like he'd have to be real well versed in hiding. Let's put it this way. He have to have some offshore accounts for me not to find it.
What kind of shit is that? Is this camera on me? Yes, it's on. That's stupid. Use your common sense.
What does that mean? What is for credits? I don't know what that means.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. But niggas spy out you, nigga. Shut the fuck up.
You just saying anything now, ho.
He is very well versed in hiding. Like he'd have to be real well versed in hiding. Let's put it this way. He have to have some offshore accounts for me not to find it. He'd have to have some Swiss accounts for me not to find it. Okay. And I'm going to leave that there. I have my ways of finding out a man's, situation financially. I have my ways. Okay. And so we might not be a good lifestyle fit for one another. And again, don't feel a way about that. If I have a $15,000 a year travel budget, that's my budget. You understand? And so if a man comes into my life and he's like, what? That's a car. Like, that's a car. Like, okay. Like, I don't know. Again, I don't announce it, but I don't know how to make you feel comfortable about that. Like, that's my budget. That's how much I spend every year just traveling or just, going to places and doing things. And I mean, short trips, long trips, out of the country trips, trips in the States. Like, that's all my travel budget.
Is it, Anita? Is it? Now, I really want to break this down. I did this whole stream, not this whole stream, but kind of to break what she just said down. So let's break down what she just said. And then I'm going to get off here, y'all. She said she has a $15,000 travel budget a year. Okay? 15,000 for travel. So let's really break this down. Before I break that down, let's look something up quick. 15,000 a year just on travel, y'all. There's nothing in there.
I need a man. I need somebody to come in and split these bills, however we gonna split them, 70-30, 60-40, 50, whatever. Okay? I need these bills taken off of me. All right? I'm willing to pay some of it, but paying all of it is breaking me. Okay?
Y'all heard that meme? Let's hear it one more time.
I need a man. I need somebody to come in and split these bills, however we gonna split them, 70-30, 60-40, 50, whatever. Okay? I need these bills taken off of me. All right? I'm willing to pay some of it, but paying all of it is breaking me. Okay?
Okay, so she in that meme, this was months ago. She said these bills are breaking me. I need somebody to help me pay these bills. 50, 50, 60, 40, 70, 30, something. I just need some help. So, which one is it, Anita? Do you have $15,000 a year to blow on travel, or do you need help with basic necessity bills? Which one is it? Something ain't adding up, folks. Now let's break down this angle. Now I said Anita probably makes $200,000 a year minimum. Maybe I'm lowballing her. But just the question I want to ask y'all. Matter of fact, I'm about to ask AI. How much would I need to earn yearly to spend $15,000 a year on travel?
We spend $15,000 a year on travel. Aim for an
Anita might make $300,000 a year. Okay, she may make that. So let me. But I still think it's ridiculous, and that's basically what she's talking about. Like, hey, I don't know what to tell you. If you think it's ridiculous, go tell your mama. Go talk to your mama. So yeah, she may make $400,000 or $500,000 a year. I mean, I don't think she make that much, because if she made that much, well, let me put it like this. Let's just say she make $250,000, but it still don't add up with this.
I need a man. I need somebody to come in and split these bills, however we gonna split them, 70-30, 60-40, 50, whatever. Okay? I need these bills taken off of me. All right? I'm willing to pay some of it, but paying all of it is breaking me. Okay?
So that's this is the part I don't understand. But I don't know, folks. Where are you traveling to, and why are you traveling? See, when men spend 15,000 on traveling, it's because we making 150,000 just off the traveling. I mean, yeah, if she makes $300,000 a year, why is she on video talking about I need some help with these bills? But then let's go back. She said when looking for a man, he doesn't need to make a certain amount, but he needs to be okay with the fact that I spend 15 grand on traveling. It's the same thing with Kendra G. It's the same thing with Kendra G. She feels like, okay, yeah, maybe I could deal with a man who make less than me, but he better not be tripping when I spend 15,000 on clothes for the gala or whatever. But see, yeah, that's the problem, because if a man's coming into your life, Anita, and being a man, he's gonna have say so and. But I get it. You 60 years old, so I got a feeling you're not budgeting your money right, Anita. So if a real man came into your life, he's gonna want to tell you something about yourself, and we can already tell that you're not gonna be receptive to that, and that's probably why you're gonna stay single. You're not receptive to a man having authority over your life. You're looking for a quote unquote partner. You're not looking for a man to come in your life and be a man. That's crazy. 15,000. That's crazy.
So I don't know how to make people feel okay about that, right? Brianne Nicole says, do you think that given the current state of the economy, we may have to lower our expectations for the type of dates men can take us on? I think this is why men are complaining.
All right, let me get off here. I just wanted to touch on that 15,000 on travel. But I'm also talking about I need a man to help me with these bills because they breaking me. See, yeah, that don't add up. Your bills are breaking you, but you got 15,000 a year to spend on travel. Yeah, that don't add up. But I'm gonna leave it there. I've been on for 4 hours, y'all. 4 unexpected 4-hour stream. I think you can look her up. I think it's called Better Love Movement. Anita from Better Love Movement. You can maybe do some research. Anita from Better Love Movement. You can probably find out where she, you know, you can probably find out more about her. I don't know her full name. But all right, y'all. Remember, how others treat you is their karma. How you treat others is your karma. Be nice to people because God's watching. And remember, I'm a nice guy. I just play an a-hole on the internet, and I have never done anything remotely wrong my entire life. Ever. Keep your blood pressure and your blood sugar down to keep the reaper from coming around. And make sure you get your yearly checkup so Satan don't catch up. RB Sensei out. Salute to LD. Hope to see you in future streams. Hope you subscribe. LD, also subscribe to my regular channel. This is just a live stream channel. It's called Dating Dysfunctions. Yeah. Where's Dating Dysfunctions? Right here. Dating Dysfunctions. All right, y'all. I'm out.